Hello, good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, depending on wherever you are. And welcome to Electric Streams, the first international event we organize. We are from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology in Guangzhou. So in case you missed yesterday's sessions, so I just want to welcome everyone to visit our brand new campus, and we are hiring new faculty, and also we are recruiting students as well. So welcome everyone. It's my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Joe Wei. Joe Wei is a curator and researcher, and is also the founder of Pen BioArt Studio. Wei is a researcher of art, science, and technology in the Central Academy of Fine Arts. Her recent research interests include bioart, AI art, and eco art, and the history of AST. Among the list of her many curations are bamboo as method, quasi-nature, bioart, borderline, laboratory, art electronica in Shenzhen. She is also an international advisor for European Commission START Prize, and also a member of International Program Committee of ICEA. So today's topic is synthetic fantasy, recent projects on biomedia art in China. So the floor is yours, Joe.
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon and good morning. And it's my honor to talk here in this conference. And thanks for the invitation from Professor Zhang Kang and also all the organizers' work. And as mentioned, my name is Joe Wei, and I'm a researcher, curator, and also teacher in Central Academy of Fine Arts, and now based in Beijing. So my topic today is synthetic fantasy. And I will divide this talk into two parts. The first part will introduce synthetic biology as a tool in the context of art and technology, and also how this tool can realize electric dreams. And the second part will briefly introduce my work in China recently. So we should begin with our topic of this conference. So yeah, what are the dreams, and what are we now, and what the possible futures are open to us. So this is a topic we all deal with today, and then will bring us to the background of our time. So I think the area we now work in, we can call it media arts, or computational media and arts, or art, science, technology, whatever it is. I think in the last century, this area mainly include digital art. So it's like we have terms like computer art, interactive arts, software art, and even like net art. It's like vintage work term. But I think when we step into new century, now we have two pathways. One is immaterialization. So we still like work in the digital world, but we have more advanced technologies such as XR, and we have AI, and we also have like NFT, several new words. But another important pathway is rematerialization, that we have to face the new condition of our world. As we can see now, the recent climate crisis in the world, like the super high temperature in China, and also the drought in Europe, and also a lot of problems. So that's why we now talk about eco arts and like bio arts. We need to face the reality of the world today with the technology. And also we have like space art, because now you know China has like booming in the astronomy recently, and also new material. So that's I think the background that we talk about the electric dreams. So in one way we need to we can witness the booming of new technology, especially digital technology. But in another way, we need to face the real world, the physical world again. I think the two speakers later, Tristan and Dragon, will also talk about this, like the combination of these two pathways. And now we let's move to the topic more exclusively. That is the area that I work. I can call it bioarts. And now I think in China or in the world internationally, people are talk about bioart more and more often. I think that's we have that reason, because the booming of biotechnology promote the booming of bioarts. And we can see I can briefly introduce the development of biology as a scientific subject. Like before 1900, there's not biology as a scientific subject exists. It's not until like genetics initiated, we call it a scientific subject. And the next important point in this subject is 1953, the discovery of DNA helix, and we can call it the shift of a paradigm, and it changed the way we see the life itself. And then the next important point is, I think 2000. At that time, synthetic biology, or we call it contemporary synthetic biology, appeared. And then later, 12 years later, CRISPR-Cas9, the gene editing technology, as a very powerful tool to the molecular biology, and help I think scientists and artists, both scientists and artists, to that we can develop this subject like more efficiently. That's I think the background of why we talk about bioart recently. And synthetic biology is, I think, is one of the youngest branches of the biology. And interestingly, we use synthetic biology equals to BT and IT. And here the most important element is gene. Like it's a combination of digital world and the physical world. Because in the digital world, it's just a code, like any code in the computer. So I mean, in the world of bioinformatics, it's just thousands of letters. But actually, gene can transfer into like a biomaterial in the physical world. That's why I think bioart can realize electric dreams. And also, I think it's more important to introduce some detailed works to the audience. How, I mean, synthetic biology be used as a artistic tool. And here I introduce one of the exhibitions I co-curated in 2019. I think many of you might know Ars Electronica. It's one of the most important media festivals in the world. And in 2019, it was a 40-year anniversary of Ars Electronica. So I curated a show to celebrate its like 40-year birthday, and it included a document show and also how to say artwork show. So one of the artwork using synthetic biology is called Human and the Shark, and created by a Japanese artist. And I will play the video. Maybe you can have a brief, how to say. So I just give a brief introduction that the Japanese artist just, he used synthetic biology to analyze the communication system of sharks, and then synthesize the hormone that mimics the female shark, and then applied to human being and to enhance the communication between like human and non-human. So this is one of the artworks I present here. And another one is called resurrecting the sublime. And also this artist, how to say, creates already extinct plants to mimic its smell. So we can have this artificial nature again. Just
Lava fields on the southern slopes of Mount Haleakala, the island of Maui, Hawaii, the turn of the 20th century. The forests are being lost to colonial cattle farming. One tree will be lost forever. The Hibiscadelphus walderianus. The Hawaiians called it Maui Hau Kuahihi, the mountain hibiscus. By 1912, it will be extinct. The habitat lost, the plant lost, the relationship between the two lost. Could we ever regain a glimpse of what was lost? A few years ago, a small group of synthetic biologists at Ginkgo Bioworks, a bioengineering company in Boston, set out to resurrect the smell. Christina Agapakis, Ginkgo's creative director, went to the Harvard University Herbarium in 2016, where over 5 million specimens are stored. Searching the collections for extinct plants with her colleague Dawn Thompson, they found 2 would
Have we lost the sound? Yeah, we apologize. Somehow we lost her sound.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps I just stop the video and then carry on because the Wi-Fi is not so good. And yeah, maybe we move on. We can search for these videos online later. So yeah, I just want to give 2 examples of how synthetic biology can influence art world. And then maybe let's move to the second stages that my recent works on bioart in China. And maybe people, the first time to know bioart want to have the definition, and we can have this definition from one of the most important bioartists, Eduardo Katz, in this book, that it is a new chapter.
You're still sharing screen? We don't
Yes.
see your screen.
Oh. Can you hear? Yeah. Okay. So can you see the screen? Okay.
Yes.
Oh. So yeah, bioarts is like we can see the terms here. It's just a brief introduction. And as a curator, I curated a show called Quasi Nature, and it was in Beijing in 2019. And yeah, this exhibition is the first one that systematically introduced the term bioart to China, and it has includes 3 parts. I will not give a very detailed introduction here, just a quick view that some important bioartists here, and Aaron Katz and Mata, yeah, some of the works we can have a later lecture later. And also, yeah, since here we are in a conference of a university, so maybe I can also give a very short introduction of my teaching in bioarts. Yeah, it has several parts. Yeah, CAFA is in Beijing, China Central Academy of Fine Arts. Yeah, it is one of the bad art schools in China. And yeah, we have several workshops on this art, science, and technology direction. One, I led it in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This is a national institute of science in China. And this one we worked with Eduardo Katz. And then we have another one in the Microbiology Institute of Cass. And then in 2019, we have one gene editing workshop in the Peking University. So basically, we work with the most professional scientific institute in China to realize these bioart workshops. And this is the one in Cass. We have 12 students went to the institute and do something. And also the microbiology one, art and microbiology, also in Cass. Oh, this is the one about the bioethics debates. And I invited 6 scholars to talk about the editable future, different perspectives of gene editing. I think it's not only about gene editing, but also more broadly about technology, how technology involved with art will face ethical problems. So we have a philosopher, we have a scientist, we have artists, and also policymaker to talk about it together. And this book will be published, I think, this year later by the Peking University Press. And also we have a workshop on the gene editing. And this is about long time course, and bioarts, also art and neuroscience, which I think I had a presentation earlier in here, and also art and ecology. It's like from electronical turn to ecological turn. This is important topic in our area. And also conference, like our conference, we have one in CAFA called East Education, Art, Science, and Technology. And yeah, we have several experts from different areas of AST to talk together. And also like CATS give a single talk. And also more broadly, we also have like cooperate with other university like Chicago University, Beijing Center. We have a talk on art, Chinese medicine, and techniques. This is also a very interesting topics. And I will not introduce all of this topic today, just to give a brief introduction of what we are doing. And yeah. And lastly, I will introduce the book I'm now translating, because I'm also a translator. So this is about synthetic aesthetics. It's a book about how like synthetic biology and art and also like STS or science can work together. It's a very interesting book. And of course it has English version, and I will translate it into Chinese. Yeah, so this is also part of my work. So I think we have like 5 minutes left. So thank you. And yeah, also congratulations on the launch of this new CMA. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe, for your interesting talk. Okay, thank you. So maybe we can take a couple of questions from the audience. So any questions? So let me see whether I can see it on the chat. Or if we don't see questions, we may yeah, we may move on, maybe because at the end, we are going to have a 1.5 half-hour panel session. Okay, there's a question. So the question says, the artwork about shark phenomena that you presented seems very similar to a science research project. And as the interests of artists and the scientists start to overlap, can you comment on the difference in the approach used by artists and the scientists? Yeah, very interesting question.
Yeah, I think it's very important question, because this question was brought up times and times, because I think one of the best example is the GFB bunny I'm not mentioned here. It's like a rabbit, like modified by scientists into like GMO rabbits, and someone consider it as a experiment, but it is very important bio artwork in the maybe art history, because it's not just only organism, a rabbit, but also how to say, many steps later, like social intervention, and also video, and a lot of like context. I mean, a lot of like how to say, steps in the context of art. So it's quite complicated, but it's a very good question. We can discuss it by times and times. yeah, maybe we can talk about it in the panel because it's a very big question. Yeah. Mm.
Any other question? We can handle one more question if there is any. Okay. If not, we move on to the second speaker. So the second speaker is by Tristan Broad, who is assistant professor at Hong Kong University of Science and Technology in the Division of Integrative Systems and Design. His research focuses on augmented and virtual reality with a specific interest in human-centered design. With his research, Dr. Broad aims at bridging the gap between designing novel systems and human factor inherent to new technology. So today's topic by Tristan is a augmented reality for arts, limitations, challenges, and perspectives. Tristan, all yours.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. So as Professor Zhang said, I'm going to talk about augmented reality for the arts under a few different perspectives. So first of all, a little bit about myself. So I am, as was introduced, assistant professor at the Division of Integrative Systems and Design at HKUST, where I also lead the XRIM lab for extended reality and interactive media. So what we focus on is augmented reality, virtual reality, empathic computing, and gaming. And we have two approaches actually to this. We really try to bridge technical expertise with human factors. So originally, I am not an artist. I am actually not even really into human factors by training. I did a master's in telecommunication, to which I moved on to a PhD in computer networks. And then I started working more on augmented reality, which is a discipline which is very highly dependent on what the user sees and what the user experiences. So in my lab, we worked on many different projects that go from very, very technical projects, such as cloud gaming architectures, to AR frameworks and applications, interaction methods in extended reality in general, some privacy aspects as well, because in augmented reality, of course, you are very rapidly hitting issues with privacy. And more recently, something more related to very large scale extended reality systems and the metaverse. And this is what the second part of my talk will focus on. But first of all, I want to give a little bit of background about how is augmented reality used in arts. So augmented reality, let's agree together on the definition that I will use in the rest of this presentation. So augmented reality is about overlaying digital content on top of the user's view of the physical world. So there are several implications about that. The first one that I would like to insist on is that it should be most of the time real time, because I have seen a lot of works that talk about augmented reality which is more of digital content overlaid on a video, which to me doesn't really matches as augmented reality. It's more like CGI. And the second thing is that it interfaces really digital and physical. So one aspect that is very important for a good augmented reality experience is to actually integrate the digital content within the physical surroundings of the users. So for instance, if you have a wall, don't display content beyond the wall. the limit for displaying the content is on the wall. What is behind the wall should be hidden. If some objects or some people go in front of the digital content, then occlusion should be managed, and so on. So in the next few slides, I will display a few of the different techniques that are well known and that are widely used to do some augmented reality art experience. So the first one is just using images and markers. This is the most basic way we do augmented reality, which is you have a 2D pattern. So that can be an image, that can be a marker, that can be a QR code, that can be a lot of things, as long as it's two-dimensional. And these can be detected very quickly nowadays by our mobile devices. So you use those 2D patterns to anchor digital content around it and track it. So here I gave a few examples of what has been proposed in the arts community for those images and markers. So typically there is Untold Stories, that is an exhibition that happened at the Tate Britain, where they expanded the 2D paintings into 3D small-scale experiences, so to add more context and content to the 2D images. In Hong Kong, we also had this Art for Everyone application, which I'm sorry for the terrible screenshot, but it's a bit hard to find good images of that. But the idea with that is that I think it's a dozen of paintings that can be augmented to put them in a different context. So typically here, what they did is quite interesting. They took a very traditional painting, and those traditional paintings were exposed in many different places, and especially the metro stations of Hong Kong. And so when you point at this painting with your phone, the background of the painting changes to be a metro car. And another project that I find quite interesting is the MoMA, which is an unofficial application and actually unauthorized, which took one gallery at the New York Museum of Modern Art and overlaid some different content. So you can consider that a little bit as digital vandalism, where they're technically not doing any material damage, but they propose an application where they take over the content of the gallery. Just to show you a bit what can be done, this is a technical demo that we did for the HKUST Guangzhou campus opening, just by tracking an image. So as you can see, the possibilities are quite deep, where you can have literally giving this impression of portals and displaying content behind the image, and have 3D objects that really pop out of the screen. All right, so the second technique that has been used quite a lot in the world of art and in AR is environment tracking. So what you do for those things is that you detect and track the user's environment. And so the user's position of the device in the space. With that, you can anchor objects in a location that is local to the experience. So here are two examples that have been done to actually mostly to promote platforms that allow you to do that. So you have this one, I'm not sure how to pronounce, that allows you to place those kind of objects anywhere you want, and to transport this AR exhibition with you wherever you want. And the same principle was also done with Jeff Koons, who did some of his famous balloon animals in collaboration with Snapchat. A direct application of this environment tracking that actually a lot of friends I have in the art community have shown interest for is AR Doodle. So that's an application that is proposed by Samsung on their phones, and it's quite interesting because you scan the environment and you can very easily start drawing in augmented reality. So here I'm just drawing hello. This is a video I took quickly this morning, so I'm sorry for the kind of poor quality, but I just want to display how the environment tracking works, because now this is anchored in our space and you can move around the drawing and eventually even do 3D drawing if you want to. So another way to push it a bit further, because so far we've seen two techniques. The first one that is more on very local experience that is attached to a 2D marker, or a very global experience that can be done everywhere. And in between, one thing that has been offered is also using the GPS and the magnetometer of the smartphone to have an approximate ID of the location and the pose of the user. And you can do that to geolocalize AR art installations. So typically, this is what the fourth wall coordinates platform allows to do. And also, there was this AR exhibition that happened in Miami called Augmented, where they displayed at several locations in Miami some AR art. The problem with that technique is that you're very dependent on the accuracy of the GPS, which is at best 5 meters in all weather. And actually, if you live in a place with a lot of skyscrapers, that can go all the way till 20 meters. So it's not really accurate, and it's only on specific use cases that you can actually leverage that. Finally, one last technique is actually detecting certain objects. So most often it is faces and body, because the most popular frameworks to develop AR applications are targeting those things. So typically there is this Central Saint Martin's by Mathilde Rougier that displays some sort of like fashion show in augmented reality, where all the clothes are 100% digital and overlaid on top of the physical models. And you also have Beauty 3000 by Joanna Jaskowska, which is an AR face filter design. I think she's a makeup artist originally, so designed to enhance your face. And also, it can be other objects. So if you go into more technical frameworks, they allow you to scan any objects and to recognize it. A lot of work has been done for car models, because I guess they were the first contractors of this kind of technology. But you can do it with basically any object that has very distinctive features. An example that I found in Hong Kong, and that I have not tried in person, I just found a video of this that seems very similar, is Redefining Reality, also by the Hong Kong Museum of Arts. And they have this sculpture of two arches, physical arches. And those arches, as you can see, are being connected by digital content in augmented reality. So here we have a very good degree of integration between the digital content and the physical 3D objects. So using those techniques, I worked on a few projects with various artists and designers, and I'm going to present you a few of them of what we can do in augmented reality and arts. So the first one is Tiger Hunt, which is a work that is done together with the duo Varra and Mar. And it's a work in progress that aims to anchor digital arts into our physical world. So at the origin, this is a work that where some AI-generated tigers were created by Varra and Mar. And we were trying to give them something more physical, some more physicality. So what we did was we placed 9 AI-generated tigers in several locations on the HKUST Clearwater Bay campus, as you can see here. And we used a mix of several technologies actually to try to have a good visual coherence when integrating those tigers. So first we use the GPS to initially anchor the tigers in the physical environments of the user. But we only anchor it once because the GPS has very low stability and we don't want the tiger to move around a lot. So then we use environment tracking to anchor this tiger at one location. So even though the tiger position changes from one run of the experience to the other, across the experience, we keep the tigers in the same position. And also we use light estimation to have the tiger displayed in a way that is somewhat coherent with the lighting. So as you can see here, for instance, this tiger is displayed in the shadows, and so it is not completely lit. Same, we also display shadows that depend on the lighting at the time of taking the picture. So on all of these pictures, actually, if you know a little bit those areas on our HKUST campus, you can see that all three pictures were taken about at the same time, and that the sun is always pointing in the same direction, leading to those shadows. I think the sun was currently at the east, actually, for those pictures. All right, so another project I'm working on right now is accelerating dimensions. So on this one, I'm working with a dance artist, Zilia Zizi Tan, who wants to propose an experience at the intersection between physical and digital. So what's really interesting here is that augmented reality is only a small portion of the entire experience, because the dancers also leverage motion capture and streaming of this data and projection on several screens, to propose an entire experience at the intersection between physical and digital. And so what we did was we used some markers in the room to be able to locate the content across the room, the digital content. And then we track it across the room. We also do a bit of lighting estimation, and in this case, more importantly, body occlusion, so that the dancers can move around the space and their body will occlude the digital content. So just to show you a few examples, so I'm sorry for the images that are not so great quality. Those are some that I took at the last rehearsal. But here, as you can see, we have our markers in orange that are displayed all around, and we scan them once, and then we only track the performance. And here, as you can see, we're displaying some digital content at each one of the markers. But also, we use those markers to locate content outside of the markers. So for instance, here, you can see this shadow of an avatar that is mixing with the dancer in the center. And so this is what we did. This is by tracking the motion of the device and being able to display content beyond the very strict scope of the markers. Another more academic project, which I've been working on with some of my students, is how to augment exhibitions to bridge the curatorial intent and the audience perception. So the idea is that when you create an exhibition, you display content in a certain order and you group it in different rooms in different ways. For instance, this is one exhibition that relies on the day of the week. This one would be another exhibition that would be more thematic, based on an evolution over time. And so what we try to do on this one is to give an augmented guide to those exhibitions that kind of lead the way between one artwork to the other, and eventually display also more information digitally around the artwork. So for this one, technology speaking, in terms of technology, we leverage much simpler technology. We use the artwork as a marker, and we just track the pose of the user's device between those artworks. And finally, one last project which is kind of an interdisciplinary project that leverages a lot of different things, is this AR art controller, or the ART controller. This came from a lot of painters came to me to try this tilt brush solution in VR, or this AR doodle solution. And the problem they all experience is that you're trying to draw in mid-air, so you do not have this tactile feedback that you have when you're painting in 2 dimensions on a canvas or drawing on a paper. You cannot experience the grain of the surface. You cannot experience the force feedback from your tool hitting the surface. And so the idea of this project is to devise a controller that would give better painting sensation when drawing in mid-air. So we leverage several techniques like force feedback, vibration, sound, to give more feedback to the artist. So typically we did actually try to analyze paper, what is the surface of a paper like as a microscopic level, to bring back this information under a different type of feedback to the user. We also experienced drawing with a gyroscope, so that each motion of the painter actually has a reaction even in 3D. All right, so I showed you a bit what we can do well in augmented reality. And as you can see, that relies on actually fairly basic techniques: image recognition, environment tracking, eventually some GPS, a bit of object scanning. But there's a lot of things we cannot do well that are very constraining actually for artists. The first thing is that one thing we need is an app. Actually, I tried a lot of web AR platforms, and none of them really offers a satisfying experience compared to what you can do with an app. Oftentimes, it's going to be a bit wonky, you know, not very stable, or the tracking is not going to be very performant. Then you have other platforms that offer some sort of AR function, like Instagram or Snapchat, but a lot of it is kind of limited. So for Snapchat, there is a big thing that apparently they have those new spectacles that are only available for artists that have a good portfolio. They need to apply to it, and I don't have a pair of those, so I cannot judge on those ones. But what the Snapchat app allows you to do is quite limited. One thing that we also cannot do well is detecting the absolute location and the pose of the device, especially indoors. So it's impossible to actually anchor a persistent AR experience or a multi-user AR experience with a good accuracy. Occlusion is always an issue as well. And we can do it well only at a few meters. So like typically I gave it the examples of the dance performance, but besides that kind of like limited distance, it gets more difficult. And one thing that I realized when looking for different artworks to present here is that actually attribution is not easy to find. What I mean is that on a lot of cases, I found demonstration by platforms that do not cite the author. On the other hand, sometimes I have artists that present their work, but then it's difficult to know what kind of technology or who did the AR work. And this is something, as we're really at the intersection between technology, very high technology, and arts, that we probably would have to consider at some point how to handle this kind of attribution. So to get back to the second point, I'm talking here about detecting the absolute location and pose of the device. I have a little bit of time, and I want to present one of the projects we're currently working on, more technical area, which is trying to do augmented reality at campus scale. So, as I said before, the main problem with the existing technology is that most applications are single users and non-persistent. There are some frameworks that try to go beyond that, but they're very limited. So like typically Niantic's Light AR works very well at specific locations. And this comes from the fact that they leverage the locations from Pokemon Go to do that. So most points of interest of cities are very well mapped, and you can anchor content there, but you cannot really do that beyond those specific anchors. Then you get Google Geospatial API, which is a very recent thing where they actually use the fact that they have Google Street View, and they can very accurately locate you, but only where Google Street View is deployed. So not really inside. Most of Germany is off limits as well, and so on. And then you get other frameworks like Vuforia, ARKit, or Immersal that works well either at small, like room scale, or they can work well at a bigger scale, but scanning the environment relies on expensive equipment. So what we tried to do in this project is to scale up the technology to large size environments and massively multi-user experience. But it's not easy because many different types of environments present different constraints. I take a campus, you get the main piazza, the atrium, the classrooms that all look the same, the amphitheaters that are quite big actually, and so on. So what we do is we propose a framework that combines local maps built on the device to track the device in the space and global maps that allow to get the absolute pose of the device. And then there is an alignment and registration manager in between that can handle registering the local map onto the global map. So the local map manager is on device, uses the camera images and the sensor data, and it tracks the experience around. Of course, as you move across several rooms, corridors, and buildings in a short amount of time, you need many small local maps. And those local maps will have to be registered onto a global map. So the global map is a map of the entire campus so that all users share the same map and they can have persistent multi-user experience. So this is an example of a scan of the HKUST Clearwater Bay campus. That's 10 million points, I think, from the bus station until the atrium. As you can see, it's massive, 10 million points. And this is because this area is one of the most attractive areas. Of course, we can use 2D and 3D anchor points for less attractive areas. Like for instance, around canteens, you know that most people will be interested in the canteen, not the corridor that leads to the canteen. So maybe it's not necessary to map the corridor. Also, we want to use crowdsourcing to build and update this map. And then we combine both to provide alignment, camera pose registration, and content display. So I have like just 5 minutes remaining, so I'm going to skip the few remaining slides. And I just want to discuss a bit the applications, because I was talking about an AR campus, and campuses are very specific spaces. First of all, this feature actually a very large diversity of environment, which is a challenge, but also an opportunity, because if you can deploy augmented reality on campuses, you can very easily extend it to urban environments, because you have large-scale indoor environment, large-scale outdoor environment, small-scale indoor environment, corridors, places that all look the same, places that look very different, and so on. So through this project, we hope to not only improve the accuracy of geolocalized experiences outdoors, but also enable shared, persistent, and repeatable AR experience. So I wrote indoor, but technically everywhere, both indoor and outdoor. And to a point where I hope that at some point we could reach the possibility of making augmented reality digital graffiti. And by that, I mean, anybody can pull out their phones anywhere and leave an artwork in this location. And everybody that comes by can see this artwork at the exact same location, wherever it is in the world. All right, so that was it for me. Thank you. And I think we have time for a few questions.
Great. Thank you, Tristan, for your interesting talk. So let's take a couple of questions. I think 3 minutes, so maybe take one question. So let me see. There was a question early on, whether it was for you or for Joe. Yeah, maybe this question is for you. I think the latest question. Let me read it. I think also of the the shock effect comes from, oh, someone actually did it for art, i.e. no real reasons, rather than the science lab context, which always presume research for greater good. Assuming this question is for you, Tristan, would you be able to answer? Oh, no, yeah, Huri said not for you. Maybe let's post that question later. For all the three speakers, maybe. Yeah, it's a more generic question. There are some early questions. Maybe we delay until the panel session. Let me see whether anyone specifically for you, Bonnie. Yeah, I think not about AR yet. Okay, there is one question. What's the bottleneck currently for loading digital assets into AR experience?
There are a few bottlenecks. So as I presented, those techniques that I showed in the first place, like images and markers, GPS, scanning, tracking the experience on the environment, and eventually 3D object scanning, those are techniques that are fairly well known and are becoming easier to deploy with little technical knowledge, actually. So the bottleneck in that case will be the artwork themselves. Like that's my problem with working with a lot of like 3D designers, for instance. They often give me models that are several gigabytes wide and that are not only way too big to be run well on a mobile device, but also it's not necessary, because at the end of the day, people will see it through a tiny screen, like 5-6 inches wide. You don't need 4K textures and like very detailed models. So the size of the models is a problem, because of course devices are getting better, resolution is getting better. We're starting to see headsets coming on as well that gives even closer information. But the computing power is not necessarily there to display those big models. And then the other big bottleneck is if you want to go beyond a few meters accuracy in terms of where to position persistent experiences, the bottleneck is completely technical, which is it's actually very difficult to reliably devise techniques that allow you to place content somewhere with a very good accuracy.
Great, thank you. And actually, more questions for you, Tristan. How do you handle occlusion for dynamic objects like human bodies?
On this one, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't do it myself. The framework, there are some very smart people at Apple, especially, that integrated some things in the framework that works very well. But what I would do is that in general, and this is the big problem, the two main techniques to handle occlusion is either extracting depth information out of a single image, which is very difficult, or identifying objects, and from knowing the approximate size of the objects, figuring out where it is. So like, for instance, if I identify a human body, I know it has a very good chance to be between 1.60 meters and 1.80 meters tall. So by finding its size on the camera frame, I can estimate whether it is close, how close or far away it is from the device. And then, of course, you have some devices like the iPad Pro that literally feature a LiDAR that allows you to extract the depth information in real time, because this is literally a depth sensor.
Okay, got it. I think a couple of more questions, but we leave them for the panel. Okay, so Now we come to the third and the final talk, which is by Dragan Jankovic. Dragan Jankovic is an assistant professor at the Department of Psychology, University of Belgrade, Serbia. He received his PhD in psychology in 2015 from University of Belgrade. He is a member of a lab of experimental psychology in Belgrade research group in ergonomics, psychology, aesthetics, Gestalt in Bamberg, Germany, and member of a program committee of Petenica Science Center. He teaches several courses in all levels belonging to the area of psychology art, psychology of emotion, and development of psychology. His research is mainly focused on psychological aesthetics, affective processing, multi-sensory perception, and development psychology, with particular interest in the role of emotions in aesthetic experiences and aesthetic development. His additional interests are in the field of visual arts, music, VR, and design. And his topic today is art experience in VR, a question of ecological validity. So Dragan, here you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kang. Thank you for having me. Hi, everyone. I'm Dragan Jankovic from the Department of Psychology, University of Belgrade, and today I will talk about art experience in virtual reality compared to some other contexts in which we usually experience art. When we talk about art experience, we usually have in mind some real-world art-related contexts like art galleries and museums. However, studying art experience in real-world context is often problematic for us in the field of empirical aesthetics because we lose a lot of experimental control while testing in the field. We also lack the power of randomization to neutralize order effects. And also, usually artworks interact with physical and social environment. On the other hand, most of the art today we experience in the form of two-dimensional digital images presented on computer screen. Studying art experience on computer screen gives us more experimental control, but also it's problematic because we lose a lot of properties of the original artworks, for example, texture, size, material, three-dimensionality, but also some contextual characteristics. Recent developments of digital technologies in the field of virtual reality gave us opportunity to study and to experience actually art in realistically simulated real-world contexts like virtual galleries and virtual museums. Here we can include more properties of the original artworks, and also we can personalize and extend our experiences in this kind of environments because we can include some artworks that doesn't exist in physical world that are produced and created in VR or for VR. Today I will present results of two studies that we conducted in a laboratory for experimental psychology at Belgrade University. The aim of the first study was to compare experience of visual artworks in virtual reality museum context with experience of the same artwork presented on an ordinary computer screen. And the aim of the second study I will present today is to compare virtual reality with some real-world settings to test VR for ecological validity. To be more precise, the goal was to compare the structure and intensity of aesthetic and affective experiences of artworks exhibited in real gallery with the experience of the same artworks exhibited in the simulation of the same gallery in the fully immersive virtual reality environment. 40 volunteers participated in first study. They had no or very little previous experience with virtual reality, and they had no special training in art production or art perception. We used in the study 12 paintings from a wide range of Western art epochs. We used digital images in high resolution, and also we used surface scanning tool in order to capture some surface details of paintings, such as brush strokes or some specific light reflections from the painting. Here, you can see how we did it on two paintings. This is Picasso and Mondrian from National Museum in Belgrade. And actually, we collected a lot of high resolution images of the surface by moving light around the paintings. And so at the end, we combined 4 layers of this kind of information into one dynamic layer. This is how it looked like at the end. This is in virtual reality, me inspecting from the close distance this Picasso painting. As you can see, this is a real-time rendering. As you can see, we can easily obtain some brush strokes and some relief there, but also some different reflections from different parts of the same painting. This provides us with much more information and more quality experience than just to have an ordinary digital image. Here we can see in Mondrian painting some imperfections and some cracks on the original painting. So it was good to have this quality of experience for the participants in the study. As I said, the same paintings were presented in VR gallery and on computer screen. We use set of rating scales to measure static experience, but also affective experience of each painting for participants. Half of the participants first rated their experience of paintings in VR and then on computer screen setting, and the other half rated artworks in opposite order of content. At the end, we had some qualitative data collection phase. We have some interview. We wanted to hear from participants what their experience of virtual museum was. Here is how it looked like for participants when they entered into the virtual museum. This virtual museum was created from the scratch. We used the VRAll platform. We used HTC Vive Pro headset with one controller in the hand of participants. Participants used this kind of teleportation method for move inside the gallery for longer distances, and once they were in front of the painting, they had 3 meters by 3 meters area where they could physically move and inspect paintings from close or from distance. Results showed that aesthetic experience was very similar in both presentation modes. However, VR showed increased liking. Simply, aesthetic experience was of a much more intensity in VR compared to simply looking at that same paintings on the computer screen. We measured affective experience through two main dimensions. Balance was measured by pleasantness, and as we can see, participants experience paintings to be the same pleasant in both contexts. However, VR showed much more arousal increased arousal in participants. Participants experience paintings in VR as being much more impressive than when they look at them on a PC screen. There were no differences in experienced artistic value or quality of the presenting paintings, but also we were surprised to see that paintings in VR were experienced as being less familiar for participants than the same paintings when they look at them on a computer screen. Also, participants in VR were more motivated to know more about paintings than when they looked at that paintings on a computer screen. This can be important, for example, for the future use of VR museums and galleries as education tools in schools. It's good to have increased motivation to know more. Okay, in second study, 43 participants were included in study. About 60% of them had little previous experience with VR. That means they tried it 1 or 2 times, and 40% didn't have any previous experience with virtual reality. We used 12 as a stimuli. We used 12 original paintings by the same author in a real world gallery, and in VR gallery we used digital images, high resolution of same paintings, and we of course kept the original dimensions, frames, and every other detail. As a testing site, we used Elster Gallery in Belgrade, and as a VR gallery, we used replica of Elster Gallery in VR. Here you can see print screen of the virtual gallery when participants enter into the gallery. This is what they see. It was a little bit challenging to completely make replica with all details. For example, original paintings in a physical gallery, they had glass in front of them, so we had to recreate that in virtual reality. So reflections of light were actually dynamic and somehow follow what's going on in gallery. The only actually what we scanned was this concrete floor in order to have the same impression like in a physical gallery. We applied similar procedure in this study as in the first study. The same paintings were presented in both contexts. And in both contexts, questions were asked orally by the researchers. You can see both situations here. We measured aesthetics experience with 2 measures, 2 scales that are most often used in this field, liking and ugly beautiful scale. As we can see here, ratings were very similar in VR gallery and real gallery. Correlation of those ratings were 0.95 for liking and 0.91 for ugly beauty scale. However, there were no differences. There were no statistically significant differences in aesthetic experience in these two different contexts. Arousal was also measured with two scales, impressiveness and interestingness. Here we can see correlation of 0.96 and 0.94 for those two scales. And again, there were no statistically significant differences in experienced arousal in these two different contexts. Valence was measured on the scale unpleasant-pleasant. Again, highly correlated and no statistical difference in these two contexts. And cognitive evaluation was measured with familiarity and meaningfulness. Similar situation, they are highly correlated and there were no differences in VR gallery compared to a real gallery. Scale, I would like to know more about this painting. Was also highly correlated, no statistically significant differences, and behavioral tendency, like in the scale, I would like to buy this painting, was very similar in the real gallery and virtual gallery, suggesting that virtual galleries can also be in the future significant art marketplace, similar in similar way like real galleries are. According to WATSE model, aesthetic experience of artworks can be substantially explained by basic dimensions of affective experience, balance, arousal, and cognitive evaluation. And we tested this model in laboratory and computer screen settings, and also in real gallery. And here, for the first time, actually, we tested one aesthetic experience model, how it will behave in virtual reality. As we can see here, a linear combination of three affective dimensions: pleasantness, arousal, and cognitive evaluation, explained 92% of variance of aesthetic experience in VR setting, and 94% of variance of aesthetic experience in real gallery settings. All three affective dimensions were significant predictors of aesthetic experience. So we could actually conclude that aesthetic experience is predicted by the same structure of affective dimensions in VR and real world context, which is with information of correlation of experiences in these two contexts. Also important information if you want to talk about ecological validity of VR as a context for art. We also had that group of qualitative data, and this analysis showed that VR museums were for participants positive and exciting experience. They use words interesting and pleasant to explain their experience. There were also realistic experience for participants. They use explanation like it looks real, you feel like you are in real gallery. Some of the participants told us that they would prefer to have physical possibility to physically move through the gallery all the time. So we now have equipment which give us opportunity to let them to be free and to move freely wirelessly in much bigger areas and virtual galleries. It was interesting to see how people react for social context. Actually, This time they were alone in gallery, and it was strange that half of participants were strict that they preferred to be alone because they could focus much more on the paintings in virtual gallery, and the other half were strict to say it was strange for us. I would like, for me, I would like to have some other people in gallery. I would feel better. Also, there were no avatars this time. It was first-person perspective, so we asked them about that. Most of them didn't even notice that they don't have a body in VR, and most of participants concluded that virtual gallery can be good alternative to real gallery. To conclude, results of this study suggested that different contexts influence some aspects of art experience. For example, compared to PC screen, art in VR showed increased liking. Participants experienced painting in VR to be more impressive, to be less familiar to them, and they showed high motivation to know more about artworks. VR appears to be a significantly better context for experiencing art than computer screen, both in aesthetic and affective domains. Results also show that there is high positive correlation of aesthetic and affective experiences in virtual reality real-world settings. However, they also showed that there were no differences in intensity of the aesthetic and affective experiences in VR compared to real world. Qualitative data suggested that VR galleries and museums are positive, interesting, and realistic experience for participants and good alternative to real galleries. Results suggested actually that VR galleries can be an ecologically valid environment for exhibiting visual art and useful tool for future research of art experience. And also these results are, let's say, encouraging for the future use of VR in different sectors, including art, culture, science, and education. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dragan, for the nice talk. Okay, so do we have any questions specifically for Dragan, Dr. Yankovic from the audience? Maybe Dragan, I can ask you a question. So in your experiment, each participant actually is tested for both VR and the PC, or it's exclusive. One subject only tested for the PC, the other subject only for the VR.
No, we had repeated measures. Here, the same group of participants experienced both contexts. First one, and then second, and the other group, different order of context. But the same people rated same artworks in two different contexts.
Two different contexts. Then would that kind of experience would affect, right? The if I have already viewed this piece of work in PC, then I viewed it in VR.
Yes.
Would affect
yes, that is why we counterbalance the design. So it was in some way counterbalanced. So both groups actually walk through the same two situation. So at the end, the results showed that there were no significant main effect of order of presentation. So
Okay. I see. Okay. Because
and
I
that
thought
is,
that was a learning effect, right? Which is called learning effect. You are more expert on that.
yeah. And what was here interesting in this study, and we were thinking about it when participants were in virtual reality environment, in virtual gallery, actually they showed increased arousal. So we didn't know actually, and this arousal is what transfers into the increased aesthetic experience. And actually, we didn't know is this really long-term effect of virtual museums and galleries? That means if even participants are experienced user of virtual reality, they will still prefer art in VR compared to PC, or it is short-term effect of the novelty of technology, because most of our participants just try it once or twice or never try. So that arousal can be actually reaction to novelty of situation. It's interesting for them, and that can prime their experiences of artwork. So we still don't know that until we check that assumption in some new study when we have two groups of participants, one with experienced users of VR and novices in the other group.
Okay. Interesting. Any other questions specifically for you? Let me see. I wonder if you have used some. Yeah. Okay. This question is two questions for you. Besides taking a qualitative questionnaire, what other methods have you used to compare the gallery experience of a different visiting way? Different ways of visiting, apart from qualitative questionnaire, any other method?
We had quantitative and qualitative part of questionnaire. Quantitative part included 10 rating scales going from 1 to 10 that were bipolar scales. For example, how participants experienced that painting as unpleasant or pleasant from 1 to 10, the boring, interesting, and other scales that measure aesthetic and experience. So 10 rating scales from 1 to 10 as a quantitative phase, and semi-structured interview as a qualitative.
I see. There is a other kind of a related question to this one. So what other methods are generally used to do a VR psychology experiment?
It depends what you are interested in. For example, if you are dealing with subjective experiences, with phenomenology, with affective experience, aesthetic experience, you usually use this kind of methodology, just quantitative or combination of quantitative and qualitative. But for example, if you are interested in some cognitive processing, perceptual processing, you can also use eye tracking in real gallery, or we are now preparing to study with art tracking in VR. Art tracking is VR headset, so we can analyze different kind of data that shows us how visitors, for example, react on when they're faced with the art. So, e.g., galvanic skin response.
Yeah, okay. So now I think there's one more question for you, but we will move forward to the next session about the panel. So we can start the panel, half an hour panel to take questions and maybe answered by all of you. And if they are relevant, let me see. Maybe, yeah, since you are still here, Dragon, let me present this question for you. If you have used some psychological parameters in addition of self-reporting in questionnaire, heart rate, blood pressure, stress, hormones, and what is a cytokines? You mentioned about EEG and eye tracking. This seems to be more.
We didn't use that measures studies I presented. There were actually some of the first steps studying this topic, but we are now preparing to actually include. We start with eye tracking, but also we will go further with equipment that can give us some physiological, electrophysiological measures of that affective dimensions we used as rate scales in these studies. For example, most of that instruments actually provide us with information about the same affective dimensions we used in these studies as the self-reported rate scales. So we can have some kind of continuity in conclusions and hypotheses and theories if we just add some other measures beside itself.
Okay. So let's come back to some earlier questions. I think this may be targeted Joe. It's interesting to see you put COVID-19 on the top of your radical biology graph. Would you comment on the impact of COVID-19 on bioart? How important it is that bioart is actually happening? Can you remain fictional and be as effective?
I think two questions. Yeah, I put COVID-19 in the graph because it's a timeline, so it's the most like near. It's a most how to say connect to our daily life and also the latest one. Not because it's the most important, but according to the timeline, it's the latest. And I think there will be lots of impact on bioart. But as for us, especially I'm in Beijing, I think the effect of COVID-19 is still on us. So we need time to rethink about it and then create more artworks. So far, I think for myself, I'm still in the like. We still haven't passed the COVID-19. I'm still in it. So yeah, and we need time to rethink about it. Yeah, it's not like a fashion that yeah we now experience. Then we may make something, but we need to rethink about it. Then make more like impressive works. That's my concern. Yeah.
So any answers from other speakers about these questions?
I think in terms of on my side, that is more technical, COVID has, of course, a lot of implications beyond the arts, just in finding out new ways for people to interact with more presence as well. Feeling more like they are in the same room. So you have some works in AR and VR that are related to that. And also one thing that I noticed recently, so similarly in Hong Kong, COVID restrictions are still a reality. And going to a museum is a little bit complicated. You need to register in advance. You only have a certain number of people that can go at the same time. And in this, I think this is something where the technologies I'm working on, like extended reality, AR, VR, can actually help in allowing people to see the artworks under a different way that is not necessarily physical or at a different place as well. Like typically digital artworks that could be positioned somewhere without needing, for instance, to be authorization to be placed in a public space. With AR, you can place an artwork wherever you want because it's digital. You don't need to actually use the space physically. So coming up with new solutions for displaying artworks also outside of the museum.
So in other words, the VR and all these digital solutions are very positive in terms of this, right, in the pandemic era.
I would say they open new opportunities, definitely.
Sure, sure. Excellent. Let me see some other questions. The glowing, I remember the glowing rabbit. Did anyone ever see it in real life? How do we know if it is real? Does it matter? This might be still be for Joe.
Yes, I think it's a very good question, and also I think it was asked again and again because there's it's a historical thing because the rabbit was made in France in around like 2000, and of course it was made by scientific institute because artists can do it, and later because at that time transgenic thing still prohibited in Europe. I mean, the rabbit can be brought into the public. So it was, how to say, jailed in the, not jailed, but anyway, yeah, jailed in the scientific institute, can't be brought to the museum. Then actually, no one besides, except scientists, only scientists made it, saw it. So that's always a problem. And also, I'm now translating another book on Edward Katz. So if you need more detailed story, we can look into that. And to your question, yes, yeah, not so many people saw the rabbit, but as a art, maybe you can think about performance art. Not so many people see the living, I mean, performance art, but by video or by image, you can still feel it. So I think you can see some similarities between these two kinds of artwork. Yeah. Mm.
Thank you, Joe. Any other comments? I guess this question is too specific to Joe, so. But still, I think more question for you.
Okay.
A remark on Isaac's question. No one has seen Keck's GFP body, but it may not be important as important as a technology to make GFP organisms is not that difficult.
Mm.
Is that a question?
Yeah,
comment.
it's a comment maybe. Yeah.
Mm.
So, but I can also say something because yeah, I think there might be some audience has a background of molecular biology and because it's Hong Kong University of yeah, Science and Technology, and of course GFP is a very daily tool in the molecular biology. So actually anyone in lab can use this tool. But yeah, if we want to talk about an artwork, we need to see the context. So I think today I can't like express too many like details, but maybe in another occasion I can tell the whole story of JP Bunny. Then you can have some. Yeah, it's complicated. And I also had that question raised in CAFA in the lecture when Eduardo Katz come to China, because I invited him to China to deliver a talk. And I think audience also ask the same question. And if you are familiar with art history, then you know something called ready-made. And if you know ready-made, then maybe you can see some examples. And yeah, the artist does not need to make the whole artwork, but sometimes concept is also important. So it's about I think it's in the context of art history about ready-made. So it's a long story, yeah. But yes, GFP is a daily used tool in molecular biology. But I think you can see this too in some other perspective, then it might be interesting. Yeah. I mean, a technology can both be a artistic tool and also a scientific tool. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Mm.
Yeah, since you see all the three speakers are from different backgrounds.
Mm.
Like Joe been a digital artist, or bio artist. And Tristan more onto technology side, and Dragon on psychology side and cognitive side. So very interdisciplinary. So there is a question for all of you. So you have all shown concern about the audiences that will see your work. So what metrics would you suggest for a better understanding of how people feel when attending your events? Very general question. Maybe you can answer, Joe, since you're already on spot.
No, I'm not quite clear about the question. What mean by
what metrics would you suggest for a better understanding of how people feel when attending your event? So how do you, my understanding is this, how do you get feedback about the audience, about your work? How do you collect feedbacks? Like Dragon presented, he used the typical psychology method, right?
Yeah, because I'm not an artist, so I don't. My work is maybe the exhibition, so I have the feedback from maybe sometimes directly from the audience. I ask them, how do you feel about the exhibition? And that's it. That's the feedback. Maybe it's a question for two artists because they have artworks, and I just have a exhibition. Yeah.
Okay. So Tristan,
so I would have an answer quite similar to Joe, actually, because I'm more on the technical side. So how people feel about the exhibition is more of a question for the artist. And I would consider more fundamental metrics, like how was the experience? How was so how would they rate the experience? How easy was the application to use? How convenient it was? Did it bring something to the experience itself? Like typically, if we're talking some elements that mix digital and physical, does the digital actually bring something to the experience? So to do that, I would leverage surveys, questionnaires, interviews, those kind of things, which are like in the traditional HCI toolbox. On a more, if I go even more on a technical level, and to some applications where I care not that much about what people think of it, there's also simply conversion rate, return rate, and those kind of things. If people liked it, they will come back. If they did not like it, they will not come back. So those are also ways we can use to understand a bit the audience and their general feeling towards one thing. But I think Dragon has probably way more formal methods actually to understand this.
So yeah, okay, Dragon, what do you comment on that?
So, I partly answered this question in minutes. Actually, what we like to do is when we are dealing with phenomena like aesthetic experience or affective experience, how people feel, how they can, we like to start with phenomenology, with measures that actually try to get that kind of experiences. Since they're subjective, we try to use methodology that also is very close to that. We can directly actually conclude something from that. After that, we can continue with some indirect measures like theology measures or Galvanic response or EMG or fMRI or eye tracking or something like that. Because this is a highly subjective phenomenon. We used to say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. We now know that it's not in the eye of the beholder, it's in emotion of the beholder. And two different people can experience the same artwork in different way. They can give some different meanings, cognitive meanings to the same artwork. That is one level of subjectivity there, and also even if different people have the same cognitive or perceptual feature, they see, for example, green color or red color, or they can have completely different emotional response to that feature, perceptual or cognitive. So there are at least two fundamental levels of subjectivity, cognitive and affective and emotional. Even the same person, when look at the same artwork or listen to the same piece of music twice in a time, one time they can like it, and after a while the same person can actually experience some other emotions or like it or dislike it. So it's dynamic and it's subjective, and it depends on at least three very big groups of factors. One goes from the stimuli, from the artwork. The other going from the participant, from the visitor, from the viewer, from the subject, and third group of factors goes from the context. And if you change anything there, your experience can change. And if you don't ask somebody how you feel, how you experience, you actually and start only with these indirect measures, you can find yourself in an area where actually you don't know how to interpret your data. So we prefer to start with these soft methods and then with more technology dependent.
So actually, I may turn that question back, turn it around. That for Dragon, maybe or more comments turn around that question. Use your method to experiment to test the media art kind of instead of a traditional art, right? And maybe more interesting. Combining with the Tristan's work.
We actually tested model we will develop in laboratory, that VATSI model, Valence arousal and cognitive evaluation model of aesthetic experience. We tested on logos, on car design, on commercial slogans, on and on film and movies. And,
Sure.
and actually we got very nice results, that it doesn't matter actually what what kind of material is there, what sensory modalities involved. It all translates on human affective experiences, which have the same centers in the brain independently of the sensory modality of the incoming stimuli. So actually we confirmed the model even on that kind of material.
Okay, yeah, I see. So there is a question for Tristan. I see on one of your slides mentioned immerser as large scale localization tool, and describe it as experience scanning. If possible, can you share some insights of pros and cons of this tool?
All right, so yeah, I used Immersal a bit, and Immersal is one of the tools that I think are the most promising right now for scanning an environment and deploying an AR experience into it. In itself, it is a very easy tool to use, where you take some pictures and a series of pictures, and then Immersal builds a model of the environment and can locate you into it. And in a small scale environment like room scale, it works very well. It will detect where you are in, I would say, less than a second in itself, and be very accurate in terms of the technology, in terms of the localization and the pose estimation. On the other hand, we tried to use it with more large scale environments, to very large scale actually. And we were a bit disappointed with the results, because the reconstruction was difficult. It was difficult to achieve a reconstruction that was satisfying in the first place. And when we finally managed to achieve a good reconstruction, the localization was not so good. And actually, there are other tools that are proposed by the research community, one of them being HLOC, that had better results. Of course, I'm comparing two things that are quite different, because HLOC has to be run on a computer or server, while Immersal does it on device, at least on these aspects. And then they apparently also have a cloud system where you send the photo and it will locate you in the place that I have not tried so much yet.
Okay, so since you are still on spot, a relevant question. I was interested in the controller you made beyond AR glasses and smartphone. Do you have other ideas for interfaces and hardware?
So I think this is one of the, I presented only the one that was related for the arts, but I had a series of projects that aim to always try to solve this issue that is very fundamental in AR and VR, that is, digital content is intangible. And as a result, it is very hard for users to interact with it. So let's say I have a floating object in front of me. As I cannot touch it, it is hard for me to figure out where it is exactly and accurately hold it virtually or pick it or do all of those kind of gestures. So typically, this was one of the motivations behind this project, but behind also a lot of other projects. And one focus I had for a long time was text input in augmented reality or virtual reality. When you have a digital keyboard that's floating in front of you, and you do not want to use pointing devices like joysticks. So typically, if you want free-handed operation, this becomes very difficult because there is no good solution. So the most intuitive one would be to point and touch. But as we are not very good at knowing whether the keyboard is actually 20 centimeters or 30 centimeters in front of us, it's hard to actually put our finger in the good position. The second point is you have other techniques, like Microsoft HoloLens had a technique that was kind of smart, kind of tedious, where actually you move a pointer with your head and you just have a clicking gesture. So that is a good idea because you're not anymore dependent on the location of your hand. You use your head to point. That is until you realize that the size and the bulkiness of a HoloLens, it's a heavy device, especially the first one. I think it was 750 grams. So you have a 750 grams device on your head and you have to move your head around, and it gets very tiring. I remember when I tested the HoloLens the first time, this is what made me take the decision to change my Wi-Fi password from 32 characters to 8, because just inputting 32 characters with this method was uncomfortable. So I worked on several projects, whether hardware or software, to try to address this this issue, how to type text in AR. And I plan to work on other projects related to like content creation, 3D design, and those kind of things in the future as well. But this is a very vast field and a very vast open question that nobody really has the answer to, how to feel what is intangible.
Great. And there are more questions. So we are running out of time, but how about this? There is one question for all of you. Can each of you just use 1 or 2 sentences to answer? The rabbit is something about the difference between the meaning of art and the meaning of science. I would like to ask the speaker's opinion on this. Opinion, not just say opinion, just 1 or 2 sentences, please. Tristan, you're on spot.
I'm not sure I understand the question very well, actually, on this.
Rabbit is something about the, can you make a difference? Maybe that's my understanding in art sense and in science sense about rabbit.
Oh, yeah. So I will answer probably a little bit beside this question because I'm more on the technology side. And this is always the problem of this distinction between where does the art stop and the technology starts, and when does the technology stop and the art starts. This is what I was talking about with the problem of the attribution, for instance, which is half of the times you don't know who is the artist. The other half of the time you don't know who is the AR designer. But most of the times, applications actually, especially in AR, have this wow effect. And as somebody who works with artists and who is in AR, I always want to know, wow, who did that? How did he do that? Is there a way I can do it myself? So, and this is a big issue.
Much more than 2 sentences. Sorry.
Yes, sorry, I got carried away.
Yeah, Dragon. So, what do you say, Dragon?
I would like Joe to answer first. It's let's say more close.
Okay, you want to wait for Joe's answer?
Huh?
Okay, Joe, your turn.
Yeah, I think art and science don't need to be divided so clearly, and we can consider it a wholeness, and we can both have a poetic science and a rational art. We don't need to separate things so clearly, especially I think in the now the new era that things still like I think things still grow and don't have very clear shape. We just don't exploit. Yeah. Mm.
Okay, thank you, Dragon.
Art and science actually are highly more interconnected in our areas. At one hand, I'm most of the time actually scientist dealing with art, but I also had some side art projects trying to be artists that implement some of the knowledge from the scientific perspective, and I find that very interesting to look at my decisions and behavior from both sides. And actually, I find it much harder to being the artist to implement scientific conclusions, knowledge, or whatever. I have to actually relax a little bit that strength and use some other methods to deep dive to the origins of creativity, which is not rational, scientific.
Okay, apparently that's not easy to answer question. One or two sentences cannot answer it. It's a very philosophical question. Basically, we have the speakers here from art of science field and also from science of art field as well, right? I can interpret that way. So since we are running out of time, already 4 minutes up, I will hand over to Theo. We're going to have a break, right? We're going to have a break. Is that so? Okay, let's give all the three speakers a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And half an hour break and followed by the final session. And thank you again. Thank you for the audience and the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Electric Dreams, CMA International Symposium and Exhibition for the first time and virtually. I am Barbara Guliaeva, Assistant Professor at Computational Media and Arts at Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, Guangzhou campus. And as I told already, we have our last panel. And today will be with us Masaki Fujihata and Irini Papadimitriou. And in between the speakers, I will do curator tour of our virtual exhibition that you can also all check out online if you go to our web page, electricdreams.usd.hk. So I would like to introduce our first speaker of this panel is Masaki Fujihata. The ones who doesn't know of you, Masaki, he is a pioneer new media artist and has been pushing technology for artistic use since 80s, received in 60 or maybe even earlier, of course, but received a Golden Nika in 96 for his global interior project, and a part of artistic career. He's also very known in academic world. He's a professor at Tokyo and Keio University and also Regent Professor at UCLA. So let's welcome Masaki Fujihata, and please post your questions on the YouTube channel or Zoom channel or WeChat channel, wherever you are watching us, and we will address these questions during the panel. Masaki, floor is yours, and we are very curious to hear more about your work.
Hello. Hello, my name is Masaki Fujihata. Currently, I live in Tokyo, but in these 3 years, I had an opportunity to work in Los Angeles under the invitation from UCLA. This invitation started according to a project using augmented reality technology. But in the middle of the production, of course, we faced the pandemic. So the project suspended once, but honestly speaking, it was lucky because I had more time to do a research, and then I could find out several interesting points to show as a form of exhibition. Then the final result is an exhibition include augmented reality. So today I would like to tell you how this exhibition was made, and the first part is about explain how the augmented reality was used, and hope I have some more time to discuss the found interest or the concept of augmented reality. So you saw this first page, Be Here 1942. Then this is the one of the drawing made by CAD software for the exhibition. This was done about 8 months before the actual exhibition. So there is 4 different rooms, but after these, there is an augmented reality application supplied with the iPad Pro, and people will see the content in front of the museum. So this is the first room. The first room is contains a huge printout of a photography. This photography was made by Dorothea Lange, one of the very famous documentary photographer. It's kind of not really a coincidence, but she was one of the photographer who made a document about evacuation from the West Coast into the remote location for the Japanese American community. So anyhow, this project focused onto the historic moment when Japanese Americans were asked to evacuate to somewhere in internment camp. But the topic is about to reconstruct the moment by using new technology. But all of these recreation were based on the photography. It's very interesting. At the beginning, I didn't think, but please imagine 1940. It's a kind of period, a prominent period of power of photography. And the photography was a kind of high tech in 30s and 40s. So it's like a 8K monitor. The photography was a kind of 8K monitor, or maybe you know that the Life magazine was published in 1936. So this is one of very important medium to show the photography in a high resolution. So this is a close-up of a small lady. So this photo was made while I did a guided tour. So I was very much surprised when I close up this photography, because inside her eye, the reflection of the human figure was not single. I mean, not only the photographer, there are several other people standing in front of this small lady. That means, you know, photographer herself was observed by American government, an officer from American government, and also perhaps military police were surrounded. So, sorry, this is more about the history and the photo medium. But anyhow, this is one of the very important photography I found in the process of research. Yeah, this is the original photography. Usually we don't see the reflection inside the eye, but nowadays, National Archive in the US is providing very high resolution scan. It is about 4,000 by 3,000 pixels. That's why we can make a close-up even inside the eyes. It's like a Blade Runner. So the situation is now. And then, you know, these two rooms occupied with the photography made by Dorothea Lange, and try to tell the audiences the history and the happenings around the Japanese American community. And there are many interesting topics are there, but I cannot tell you today. Then, this is very interesting photography, but I will skip this. This is funny because she is the lady sitting here, and she's a elder sister with her 80 after 80 years. So they saw themselves. These are the moment, and then from here, I've been using another photographer. He's also commanded to make a documentation about Japanese American evacuation. But the cameraman is Russell Lee. He is also one of the famous member of documentary photographer. So I want to show you one movie. It's a silent, and it is totally recreated based on his photography. And the situation is different because Dorothea Lange made a photography only in the San Francisco area. But this photography made by Russell Lee was made in Los Angeles. So, okay, let's see. So this is the one of the result of my production, but it's a linear movie. So originally these happenings were on the 1st of April 1942. And all of these human figures were shot by volumetric capture studio. And these are real human. These are not crafted 3D model. The reason why I focused on this type of moment about wait for the trains or buses, because they need to be abandoned to live in the same house, and also they need to abandon their property, house, and also cars and so on. So that means they already forget about the past, but the government didn't tell them about where they are going. That means also the future is unknown. This is totally suspended moment. It's a transition, but they really don't know, the past and the future. So in this movie, only the cameraman is moving around, and the other human figure, I mean, most of them are Japanese American, don't move. Okay. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Oops. Okay. So this is the original photography shot by Russelli. So you can refer. This is the real one. 80 years ago, this was shot. And this cameraman is quite interesting because most of the photographer came from a newspaper company. They usually use the speed graphic camera, and never include the other cameramen. But this cameraman recently include the other cameraman like this. And where it is? Yeah, this is the speed graphic, and this is the camera recently is using. So he didn't need to use a flash because the lens is very high speed. That's a different point. That technology itself is different. So yeah, and this is very interesting photography because there's the Japanese Americans, and these are the movie cameraman. This is very rare photography. The photography include the documenting the other photographers. So that was a very important point to me. How these photo was made? What was the relationship between cameraman and the subject? And then this is the fourth room. I put the big printout about the train modeled by my friend, and refer to the original wagon. And then in front of this train, people were asked to use a replica camera. The replica camera contains the iPhone to show the augmented reality. Yeah, so this is the kind of. So inside the camera, people can see the human figure, very similar human figures, which I already showed you as a linear movie. So there are people. So now you are asked to be a cameraman. And then how can you behave? How can you make a position to capture the moment? So this is my question. So until here, we've been discussing about the relationship between cameraman and subject, but now the audience were asked, how can you be a cameraman? So this is one of several of resulted photography through the camera. Yeah, this is another audience. And there is three displays which is showing the result which was shot by the audiences. Yeah, this is it's not a good movie, but you can feel something when you see inside the finder. Okay. Yeah, then this is the last part about the wall exhibition. People were asked to borrow a iPad Pro, and iPad Pro already have an application to see the augmented reality. So as you can see, here is some figures. They are waiting or walking, come to the bus location. But in the real space, there is nothing. This is also, and I want to show you some movie. So the reason why I did so much heavy research into the photography, because I needed to write a small scenario for all of these actors. Then when at the studio, I present my idea about the scenario, then also these families and actors collaborate to decide how to behave in front of the cameras. Because the augmented reality itself is just a technology, but this production is very important to tell the story. But there is no narrations, and also there is no big dramas like cinema. There is no heroes, there is no heroines. There are 3 different sections. First is people walking towards the location, and the second part is people waiting for the gathering, and then last part is about to make a line for riding buses. So in this occasion, the same actor appears 3 times. So actually, in this sequence, it is about nearly 200 people at the plaza in front of the museum. I think this is one of the largest installation using augmented reality with the actual humans. This is the sequence about lining up for the bus. These are some of the photography I referred to recreate this moment. These are the actual happenings. I think I will skip this one. And this video was.
I don't remember too much except standing in that crowd right on the corner, Central and First, where the Nishihonganji temple is. That is where we were waiting for the bus to take us down to the train station. That's about all I remember.
So the exhibit is called Be Here in 1942, a new lens on the Japanese American incarceration.
This production was based on the volumetric capture technology.
I think it's going to be different for every person.
I've never seen an exhibit that affected me so much like this one. My name is June Aochi Burke. I'll be 90 this year. I was 9.5 when we were evacuated and we had to leave our homes.
The topic we focused on is about the moment people are waiting for the bus or the train which went to the camps.
This right here is where real people 80 years ago were standing, getting ready to step on a bus and leave everything. There are these two augmented reality installations. You walk around in this space that is filled with images of Japanese Americans waiting to get on buses. The Yanai Initiative is a collaborative project, UCLA and Waseda University in Tokyo. This is the biggest project that the Yanai Initiative has ever undertaken.
There's one picture of me holding a doll. I've seen a lot of pictures of that doll.
All of these photographs were shot by the professional cameraman. They were commanded from the American government at that moment. Even in that situation, the cameraman came in, following with maybe 5 or 6 Caucasians surrounded by you when you were 5 years old. That's the kind of fact I found when I close up the eyes. There is a silhouette of the people reflected.
It's like seeing the whole evacuation from different eyes.
You walk around in this space that is filled with images of Japanese Americans, and you really feel a kind of connection to history that, at least for me, I've never experienced that before.
If you are moved with the story, your brain starts to energize and memorize more solid way. So that's an artist's job.
So this kind of use of this emerging technology of volumetric capture is also unprecedented. In all kinds of ways, this is a pretty amazing technological feat, and it's still kind of stunning to me that we managed to pull it off.
I did feel like we weren't equal. I think it's important to record these stories so that it will not happen again.
Hate is taught. We have to stop this one generation teaching the other generation to hate. At my age, as long as I can still talk and as long as I can still remember, I feel that it's my duty to tell the story as I know it, and hopefully it will educate some people. I hope so.
Yeah. So, do I have more time? I think it's almost 20 minutes.
Yeah, you're perfectly on time. So
Okay.
you can yeah, you have 1 minute if you wish, but you can
I
also
see.
finish.
I think
if you want.
it's fine. I have more films about my photography at the shooting studios. I think I'm stop here.
Okay, thank you so much. Although you said it's not about emotions, I mean I feel the emotions a lot in this project, and especially like you mentioned uncertainty, and I think I guess it's coincidence, but all of us can kind of really feel this moment of uncertainty with the COVID and war in Ukraine. So it's really resonates, I think, with everybody. And we will, I think, come back with more questions in the panel. And now I will make a
I wanna add. I try to conclude the short sentences because why I focused on the history with augmented reality, but as you can imagine, the medium is always connected with our memory. So memory is a device to externalize our memory. It's very important. We are as a human. So we've been using many devices to memorize and also retrieve the memory. So then always the medium is very much connected with the history. And then in former years, we only have a books or, writings or telling and record it. But now we have an augmented reality. Why not? We should challenge to know the condition of the augmented reality medium. How can we use and how affect this technology to our heart? So that's and then this topic for me, I have very few invitation from America, but this time kind of coincidence, and we could find out a very interesting topic related to my nation. I'm just a Japanese. I'm not a Japanese American, but when I think about what is a Japanese American, that reflects to me my identity. So not only about topics in the US, but also there are many connections, media and the nationality, and how can I make a relation to the others. So then at last, I feel I was very successful because most of the Japanese American very much welcomed my project. They announced to their friends and families and so on. And then now it's very successful. Then they decided to extend the show until next year.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
very important project for community.
Yeah. And actually I was very much surprised that several of Japanese Americans, they had a tear while they used the device. So
well, I am not surprised.
Yeah,
I think I will have tears all over.
Yeah,
but
then
we were
this was my first time in my career as a media artist. I saw someone with a tear with my artwork.
Yeah, actually we were yesterday just touching upon emotions and how to transfer emotions through these virtual spaces. And I think your project is really kind of a brilliant example to this, that bringing the emotions and values and memories on the foreground.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, Masaki. We will definitely continue during the panel.
Please.
Yeah, and now I will have a pleasure to introduce our virtual exhibition. So this was also one reason why all the preparations took us nearly a year, maybe since October. But of course, we were planning first for plan A, everything physically, like symposium and conference. Then broke out Omicron, and we of course had to decide what we will do. So we decided to go completely virtual, and also still to do the exhibition because actually in kind of new topics as metaverse, well, for some pioneer artists would say like it's nothing new, with a new flavor maybe. But still, I think technology is getting there that we can offer more accessible and more stable content and solutions for these virtual environments. So Electric Dreams exhibition, if you are on the website, then you find the link visit exhibition in the upper right. And when you click on it, it will take some time to load. And then you have here the info page where explains the basic navigation and short curatorial statement, and introduces the artist and designers and organizers and partners. And also, as we talked yesterday, gamers have advantage here, and who are not gamers, so you just have to learn how to navigate the digital space. So by clicking, you get into our exhibition, which is an island with a forest and deserted land also. And well, this was kind of curatorial decision also, because when we started to create the gallery space and think what it could be, then it felt kind of strange to reproduce white walls, and so we decided to do something completely kind of more dreamlike environment, and also talk about nature, because especially nowadays when technology is everywhere and alters our perception and understanding of the world, we kind of lose the idea what is nature, and also there is quite a few untouched nature in the world. So it's a kind of let's say digitally mediated nature here, where it's kind of in the state of between being dream and awake, that it's sometimes it's you recognize the forest and so on, and sometimes it's completely different. So it's a kind of a space to explore, and also opportunity to talk about the concepts through the artwork. So here I want to really thank all the artists who were so kind to share their works, and some even specially produced for us. And we have 13 artists in total. And I would start from Refik Anadol, where you can see here in the beginning. So you can walk there. So by sound, you also hear that you're walking. So if you want to, you can view the work, which is Machine Hallucination, Nature Dreams, from this view, or also we can go a full screen view. And this is probably, who knows Refik works, it's from the series of his AI sculpture, which works with the large data sets. And this particular one, it's uses nature related images in the data set. So to go out, you just click cross, or you click wherever you want, and you are back. And then some more navigation tips. So if you want to read about the work, you click the sign, and opens the page of the artist. So now we go to the next work. You can also enjoy the landscape. And we reach the night. So since in the digital environment, well, we have the rules, but we can, you know, we can control some rules or parameters. So instead of using, let's say, the real sun or all the time being a night, then this is a space related time, so to say. The night is in certain spaces instead of of the time of the day. And here you see Katja Novichkova's work, Pattern of Activation, Gardens of the Galaxy. And Katja is originally from Estonia, but currently living between Amsterdam and Berlin. So she's very known in contemporary art field, has represented Estonia in Venice Biennale and exhibited in MoMA and all these big venues. And she's very known for her post-internet survival kit. And here, what you see is an animated GIF from the images she got or she found in the platform of Citizens Science, where then the people index images for which are then later on used for the training of AI. So it's also kind of illustrating how this algorithms or where these algorithms or AI gets their intelligence. And she took the wildlife camp photos, snail embryos and monkey blood cells. And why this kind of so fast blinking also the images, because actually these images are not made for humans, they are made for machines, so very instrumental and machine readable images, which is also kind of a growing amount of them. So it's not only for human gaze anymore, it's not about human gaze always. So it really illustrates the speed for machine gaze. So let's move to the next work. You can see the beautiful dark forest between horror and romantic, I guess so. But first we go to romantic work, if I may say so, or more peaceful, I guess so. So Andy Lomas. Transitional Forms is the work name, and Andy Lomas, I guess you know him for his generative art pieces, and here he's using them as inspiration how the cells growth division works and replicates in his algorithms. And here you can see a different digital structures growing through the idea of the growth of the cell division. Sorry, I have to move on. So let's go to the next one. Next one is Memo Atken. I believe for this work is kind of premiere.
Hello world. I have been watching you. I have been looking at you for a long time now, trying to see what there is in you that attracts me and makes me want to understand you. There is nothing but you and me, and I watch you constantly. Your every thought and feeling, every movement and action, every twitch of a muscle and twitch of an earth.
Okay, I don't know if you can hear me well through in the background of the artwork. It's a distributed consciousness, and it talks about AI, distributed computation, distributed cognition, evolution, phenomenology, ecological awareness, climate change, activism, and cephalopods, in street language, octopuses. Probably most of you recognize his NFT pieces from these images. He made a series of 256 and sold them as NFTs, and then released every smart contract had a piece of this poem inside, and then it was released. And here you can see it as digital installation, so to say. But if you would like to know more about this work, I encourage you to to watch the recording of the Memo keynote on the first day. So he really explains it way better than I do here in such a little time I have. Next work is in this sense in the same line as the other previous two, that uses this inspiration from nature to create kind of digital mutants from the or augmenting or expanding the natural forms and the species. So entangled others, artificial remnants, they are using deep learning to generate species of artificial insects. So they are generating the 3D form and textures, and well, they have the series is way larger, but we have selected 3 here. You can see, you can walk around and see more in details if you wish, of course. So now I would use the trick, which maybe if you're for the first time, you shouldn't do it, but this is for lazy people. I will use teleportation. So you just click on the map and you are on different locations. So, but it's also, I have here to thank our designer, Tavi Varm, that he, well, a part of it, he did all the environment in Unity and designed it that also you can see where you have been. So the circles on the map is the ones where I already, which works I already visited. So this is very interesting work and takes kind of different aspects and adds again into conversation like physical and digital and so on. It's a work by Tobias Klein and his team, Metamorphs, and you can see here the 3D scanned stone sculptures, which are physically in Hong Kong, in Oi Street Art Space in the Chinese Garden. And please read more about this work, because I think I don't know so much about the Chinese mythology, like mountains and water, and they have. I mean, he has architectural background, and there are all the stories kind of. Inside this work, like, so it's not just a stone. So it's but it's talk about the new understanding of landscape is manufactured realities. So the stones, they were they scanned the stone, then they digitally altered it, manufactured it, and then they were again 3D scanned for being able to import 3D point cloud into the digital environment that we can exhibit it. So now we move to the next one. Sorry. When I have 2 screens, then it's not so handy. Okay, I will use things. So I wanted to show you this, that you can go also. Okay, maybe I shouldn't do it. That you can also go to the water, but okay, you should you should discover also something by yourself, I guess. No? So this is my work together with Mark Annette, as Barbara and Mar, and we have digital sculpture called, or 3D sculpture called Psychedelic Angel. And I don't know, maybe some of you could recognize the Venus, which used as initial prompt, and then we manipulated it with a 3D form and word prompts in order to create the form. So our question was like how we can create the form from the words. Go to next, and this was, as you saw it, this was the evening time. And close. So we have also a cave here. And in the cave, probably somebody can already guess what we can have there. Oops, me. Okay, my arrow. It's, of course, Matthew Plummer Fernandez cave paintings, and his series. This series is very known, of course, and it's made with a custom-made neural network algorithm, and the artist used the image and text prompt created by him. And here, of course, the machine intention was not to depict the caves, but as our eye always try to recognize something, we start to see the caves. Oops. And of course, I don't want to wake up yet. So one work is also so you can go even one step. Yeah, it's like a real forest. You can get lost, you know. So now it's important. So this is a composition by composer Timothy Page, who is also a professor at HKUST. And it was, I'm really happy that this production could happen. Our team had to go especially to Helsinki to record the violin solo, who is Erika Maalismaa. And Timothy especially then composed this piece also for our exhibition. You can see some connection with Masaki project in terms of technology, but okay, I please come back and enjoy more. So we have, which I hope I'm good. So. Sorry, I have to go a bit out in order to stop the sound. This work was by Theo Papatheodoros and Jess Wolpert on reflection. It's documentation of their interactive artwork, where by taking the pose, one triggers the musical. A part of this from our faculty, Theo was also from our faculty. Jack Chang has animation, Poki Poki, and also as End of the World in the Deserted Land is Rei Hu, Soon It Will Be Deep Enough. And last but not least, animation work by David Yip Kest, and by this work he pays tribute to very important sci-fi films as A Space Odyssey and Solaris. So that's shortly, that was it. I hope you can go and explore yourself our forest and island and works inside it. Definitely, I have forgotten something what I wanted to say, but that's the kind of beauty of presenting. Okay, you can be also under the water and so on, so it's kind of really nice effects are built in. But now I have to stop, and I will take questions later on if there are. And our last speaker, who are actually closing also the symposium, is Irini Papadimitriou. She's curator and cultural manager, and actually she has so many roles that my list are pretty long, and very active in creating digital art formats. But currently she is the creative director at Future Everything in Manchester. I met her while she was at the V&A, Victoria Albert Museum in London, as digital program manager, where she initiated and also curated while she was there Digital Design Weekend Festival and also Digital Futures. She's also a head of New Media Arts department at Watermans in London. And this year, she has curated an amazing exhibition in Athens, Plasmata, Bodies, Dreams and Data, and Prior, that's You and AI through the algorithmic lens for the Onassis Foundation. Irini, are you ready? Please, we are waiting for your presentation. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, Barbara. It's great to be here. I hope you can see my screen, and thank you so much for taking us into that amazing tour as well. I'm looking forward to take a walk into in the island forest. So yeah, thanks so much for your kind introduction. So as Barbara said, I'm currently a creative director at Future Everything in Manchester, which is a non-profit arts organization that was mainly known as being a festival many years ago. But we're currently working on a year-round program. This is just a little bit of background and what I was doing at the V&A and Waterman. So it was very much part of like my curatorial practice was to while I was at the V&A and Watermans, and of course this is something that is relevant to Future Everything as well, was to create spaces to support artists to develop work, but also share processes. This was very much the aim of the Digital Design Weekend, an annual festival bringing together international artists, emerging, but also like established as well to share practices, but also to explore links with more traditional and historical work. This is just like some snapshots of work that happened there from the Artificial Intelligence exhibition, which was the last one that I curated before leaving the V&A. And you can see Kate Crawford and Vladan Yoller's The Anatomy of an AI System, also pattern recognition, Alexander Waitley's and Memo Acton's collaboration was presented. I think it was in 2017, if I remember well. Just some of the artists that we've shared during the conference, the brilliant conference that Electric Dreams have also been part of these projects, like both at the V&A and Waterman's. But also something that I should say, and which is going to run through the presentation and what I'm going to talk about, is that another kind of course, it was the aim of a lot of the work in terms of curation was to, and bringing artists together was to explore how artists respond to technological impacts on society, but also to enable conversations, including critical conversations about that. But very important was like the fact too that a lot of this was moving away from simplified statements saying that, oh, AI or technology is bad or is good, and to kind of try to understand deeper layers and connections between different things and fields, for example, from species to machines to resources, environment, etc., and what stories we tell about this. And this is very much central to what I'm going to talk about here. So the background image that you see here is from the exhibition that Varvara mentioned in Athens, the UNTAI through the algorithmic lens, and that Onassis Foundation commissioned and also produced, and it was designed by the amazing studio Entropia Architecture Studio. And this work is by Bill Balaskas and Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, a collaboration that we commissioned as part of the project of the exhibition. And I should say the exhibition happened outdoors because it was last year, just after the lockdown, so there were still a lot of restrictions, and it was a great opportunity to be able to take work that is usually shown in galleries or museums that deals with ideas around algorithmic systems, artificial intelligence, and so on, and how these shape society and our identities. It was great to take these works out in a public space, in a park in central Athens. And this work is a large print of the prediction algorithm that the LA Police Department was using to kind of predict crime, which of course was kind of abolished in the end, like dismantled in the end. But and Stop LAPD Spying Coalition is an amazing community group that has been doing important work in LA in terms of bringing all these issues to discuss, like, and protest about. And Before the Bullet Hits the Body, which is the title of the work, is from the title of a white paper that Stop LAPD Spying Coalition produced, basically in response to what was happening at the time. And I just wanted to, I've put there a quote by Ursula Le Guin from like the very well-known carrier bug theory of fiction, where she's talking about like the starting point of like anthropologist Elizabeth Fisher carrier bug theory of human evolution, and she's kind of taking this as the carrier bug that being like the container, like the important tool that early humans kind of used as a primary tool, rather than the knife or spear, which is behind this hero and killing stories that prevail and we hear about. And it's very much about this idea of like, how do we redefine technologies and stories about technologies that go beyond power and beyond, beyond like the things that prevail. And I just wanted to share something that has been very central to the work that I've been exploring, and it's by Vladan Joler in his recent work, New Extractivism, an assemblage of concepts and allegories. And it goes back to what I've been kind of exploring in terms of like relationships and how our relationships with other humans, with other species, with the planet, etc., and so on, are all mediated through through technologies right now, and more than ever maybe, and how we can change these relationships and how we can think differently about these. And Vladan's work is very much exploring extraction, which is of course very much part of these stories about technologies and extractivism. And I would highly recommend to check his work, which is kind of creating this, is a collage of bringing all of these elements together, thinking about, for example, supply chains and consumerism, but also privacy and data and how all of these are interconnected. One program that we've launched, Future Everything, and I've been co-curating with Ismail Erturk, is called Money and Environment, and is part of an online platform called Future Focus that we decided to launch during the pandemic. And it was very much about exploring how art responds to times of crisis, and what artists, what stories artists tell us about that, and how we can see differently through artistic works and artists' views and perspectives. And this is very much kind of linking to what Vladan has been talking about in terms of extractivism, but also this is kind of like something that a reminder actually that not much has changed in terms of extractive relationships when we talk about power and technology and what happens now with what happened in the past. And what you see on the illustrations here is the one image from Potosi, which is basically, it was founded as a mining town in 1546. And for the next 200 years from 1546, more than 40,000 tons of silver were extracted and shipped out of the town. And the Spanish Empire which was of course, colonized, like Potosi was one of the richest in the world back then. But also one thing that is very much linked to these stories is indigenous labor, forced labor, and of course, like the African kind of slaves brought in to work at the sites in the mines, but also how the landscape has and the environment radically changed and was shaped because of these operations. And I would suggest if you go to the futureeverything.org website, you can see our kind of conversations based to ideas around money, environment, tokenization, and also how today we repeat these histories. And in particular, there is a very interesting article that we just published by Philip Robinson Rosner, a professor at the University of Manchester, talking about the dirty origins of money, which is always fun to read about. And just going back to thinking about these links in terms of in terms of these repeated stories that we kind of go back to and we reproduce when it comes to our technologies. Just very recently, I'm sure everybody remembers these covers from The Economist and Cosmopolitan claiming that they were completely created by artificial intelligence and how quickly it took to create them. And this kind of is just something to a reminder, basically, to the idea of how we often forget about the myths and fantasy visions that we have around artificial intelligence. Like many people, like Astra Taylor, and also Matteo Pasquinelli and many other scholars talk about the myth of automation and autonomy when it comes to these systems, and of course the hidden labor behind AI. And this is something that of course is valid for artists as well, as many people yesterday were talking about data sets and artists kind of artist work ending up in NFTs, but also other work online. And going back to the exhibition that Varvara mentioned earlier, this is a work that reflects that hidden labor and behind these systems that we use today, and it's by Eva and Franco Mates. called The Bots, and it was presented at Plasmata, Bodies, Dreams and Data with the exhibition that was produced and commissioned by Onassis, staying in Athens this year in May and June. And in The Bots, Eva and Franco basically, it's a series of like interviews that reenacted, like the original interviews are from internet moderators from different countries, and they are reenacted here by influencers, people who kind of do create like makeup videos here, but actually what they're talking about in the middle of like tips, makeup tips, is also like the horrible stories and that and what they have to find like online, and like all the things that they clear from the internet to make it kind of safe for us to use. And so it kind of they put in a parallel the makeup concealing like things that are not imperfections, with like moderators who work behind the scenes. We never see them, we never know who they are, to conceal like the imperfections of the internet. And Hiba Ali, whose work Abra was shown in the previous year's exhibition, UNTI, is kind of taking like a slightly different kind of a perspective, but also talking about ideas around labor and hidden labor, and in particular Amazon here. And they have like an amazing resource talking about, called Amazonification, a reading list on their website, which I would highly recommend to check. And it's about all of these kind of processes of like tokenizing like human labor in terms of these systems. And something that also like Vladan Joler refers to when he talks about in his work in New Extraction is this piece by Louise Druhl that some people are probably, like most people are probably aware of, the Critical Atlas of Internet. And the reason why I wanted to bring it up is that because I find really interesting this graph that she has on her work and research with a search engine in the middle of like the physical space and the cyberspace and the virtual space, and talking about architectures and how they are controlled, in this case by search engines. And it's very there is a kind of parallel and kind of connection to things that I've been thinking in terms of like how these systems that we are using, the architecture of these systems is kind of controlled by very few people, but also how artists sometimes might be shaping these architectures and changing them. And one of these artists is like Gretchen Andrew. Her work is really interesting. Like Gretchen used to work at Google like many years ago, and she's using like her artwork, which she calls often like search engine art. And we did a publication together as part of the V&A Digital Futures program that I was curating. And what Gretchen does with her work, which is paintings, like most of the time, she manipulates basically institutions and systems of power with images of her artwork. So she calls these vision boards, the ones that you see here, like are the Next American President and cover of Artforum. And what she does is like she programs these to become top internet search engine results. So if you Google the Next American President or cover of Artforum or freeze and so on, you will see here images of her artworks, of her paintings being at the top results. And what I really find brilliant here is in her paintings, the feminine kind of elements and glittery aspects and colors and like pinks, etc., that kind of clash the often male-dominated tech worlds and Google searches. And oops, here you go. So, so this is another piece from the Q&AI exhibition in Athens from 2021. This is by Jake Elwes, and I know his work was mentioned yesterday as well. And the reason that I wanted to bring this work, basically the exhibition, the Q&AI exhibition, was very much exploring this, like trying to uncover, but also to explore these systems that were using algorithmic systems across society, and the kind of racial and gender bias that are reproduced through these systems. And what Jake is doing with his work is like he's kind of injecting queerness and queer data sets into like machine learning, and something that data sets that are usually totally absent. And so what we usually have, like, so these phases would be kind of totally absent from machine learning systems. So he's querying the data set, and this is an ongoing project that he's been doing, and we installed it in the middle of the park alongside the other works. And as Alexander Monia in his recent publication, The Digital Closet, argues about, is basically it's these worlds and these systems, and including the internet, have been, what we see is that they are becoming they're becoming straight and suppressing everything else that is outside what they think as the norm or like binary. So this is where like Jake's work, it kind of, reverses that. And similarly, Moonve and of course other work by Morexine Alahiari, this was from Plasmata in Body Dreams and Data this year. Morexine here is kind of reversing like the westernized influences in Persian culture, which is basically moon-faced was meaning like it was a genderless adjective to mean beauty, but with the westernized kind of influence, it became something that was referring to women's beauty only. And what she's doing here is that she's she's training machines and like she's training algorithms and to reverse that, to inject queerness back into these systems, but also to claim back the origins of like the Persian, like the Persian literature. So I've been talking a bit like mainly about these two exhibitions, Q&AI and Plasmata, and both of these exhibitions explored how artists can push back and like from these kind of very sterile ways that we know these technologies are used in the corporate sector, but but also to break binaries as well and inject much needed hybridity and fragility into these systems. So opening up like different versions of the world, but also challenging thinkings that we are usually seeing and being fed into like media, the media versions of like from and more like kind of, let's say, like static versions of what we mean by like the metaverse, or like what we mean by artificial intelligence and so on. This is also from Plasmata, and it's by Kim Chien-Chips, Another Moon. And the reason why I wanted to kind of close that kind of chapter in terms of like talking about these two exhibitions was to kind of show like these two worlds. So Another Moon is basically creating with 40 laser beams a second moon in the Athenian sky, and but also the way that it is created is by using solar energy throughout the day, and it's kind of the work was kind of there and existing only for as long as the solar energy would last. So it's very much kind of reflecting on our dependence on electricity and coal in terms of like when it comes to technologies and art as well. And this is like a different direction, but I just wanted to bring up the work of the Viennese group founded in 1967, Haus Rückerco, that I'm sure most people are familiar with. And Haus Rückerco had their work explored architecture, and also the performativity of architecture, creating installations, but also using pneumatic structures and prosthetic devices, or like parasitic devices onto buildings or like people, etc., that altered perceptions, our perceptions of space. And these images here show like something that is quite characteristic of their work, i.e. the bubble. So bubble, you can see it very often, like present in their installations, and of course drawings and research and work. And the bubble on one side is some sort of an observatory. So it's an enclosure where someone can sit in and see what happens outside and be disconnected. But also at the same time, in other kind of examples of their work, the bubble becomes some sort of like survival structure. So like an enclosed structure where someone can go in to survive from a distracted world outside. So a survival tool, basically. And I wanted to bring up this world that Hannah Arendt was kind of talking about, worldlessness. And I'm going to go back to this idea of breaking bubbles in a minute. But yeah, worldlessness, basically, she was talking about this condition of inaction, of like fragmentation, and like of like the condition of no sharing, like of sharing no meanings or things or institutions with others. So a kind of like loss, if you want, of values and commons. So it's very much like going back to this idea of like bubbles, but it's something that is very relevant to our like contemporary world today, in terms of this kind of tension, like being inside individual bubbles and being inactive and not engaging with others or the outside world. But then just going back to thinking about artists' work, and also to refer back to Ursula Le Guin, and two quotes from two different works of hers. What I'm like thinking about in terms of like when I collaborate with artists, but also like the reason why I mentioned all these works is the need to think about technology as in Ursula Le Guin's words as a carrier bag and as a container for telling collective stories and ideas. So not about like a singular or dominant story, which is what we see in terms of when it comes to like these more corporate kind of treatments of technology. And this is very much central to what artists I've been working with have been doing, and that's why I feel that their work is very relevant, like more than ever today, in terms of like, as Ursula Le Guin says, you know, she's talking about the denying the existence of dragons. So just not warning us actually against not losing or like not dismissing the creativity or fantasy, and so artistic imagination, but also artistic perceptions, and helping us seeing the world beyond what it might be on the surface is very important for how we move forward to the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irini. It was a very exciting presentation, and many points to discuss. I think you are doing very kind of a brilliant and important work, bringing all this contemporary bubble topics outdoors, where as probably people, as we people in the art world, we know that to the museums come very selected people and knowledgeable people very often, but when you go on the street, they're everybody, and this is kind of a beauty and also the danger. How did you? It's already for a second year for you to do such exhibition in Athens. How do you kind of evaluate, or how you saw the audience reactions on the works, and do you think it's important to continue bringing such complex topics on the street, and how to kind of make it more accessible to the wider audience?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was so obviously it was a decision that Onassis Foundation took to take the exhibition outdoors because of the pandemic in last year, and it was a really I guess it was a bit of an experiment back then, but then the great kind of response meant that that's why they decided to stage another exhibition this year. And it's definitely very important to have these topics outdoors. And I should say, I didn't mention that this park in Athens is a very diverse like location, but also that is a park in the heart of Athens that serves many communities like that live nearby, and like communities that come from everywhere around the world. So even like the first language is not even Greek, for example. So it's very mixed, and it was really it was important to spend time there at the park to talk to people, but also see how people were responding and like relating to subjects that were presented. So, for example, at the time when we have facial recognition, for example, like everywhere in public spaces, but also where algorithmic systems invade both our personal and public space, but also when people in the global south, in particular, rely on like labor in terms of, just behind these systems, for example, like moderation or like data kind of sorting or analyzing, etc. So it was very interesting to have like active conversations about that. In terms of evaluating like how people respond, this is something that obviously Onassis Foundation had team members like in the site the whole time. It was for 6 weeks, the exhibition. We were present as well from Future Everything, and it was and it was just seeing like the interactions that was really, really important. But of course there were one-to-one kind of conversations as well, and opportunities to discuss like what was happening there. And the exhibition this year was kind of it was a sort of a follow-up from last year's one, which was focusing on like how our perception of the world is changed through algorithmic systems like that are kind of bricks in society and creating like new bureaucracies in a way, and how and this year it was very much focusing on bodies and like identities and hybridity in like and how these are like kind of shaped in terms of like technological worlds.
Yeah, I think that the art world is doing kind of very it's carrying very active role in this kind of critical way to shake the corporate tech sector, which I don't know if maybe I'm too critical, but I think we are a bit lonely in this sense that it's only the artists are criticizing this, and the rest is ready to take the dirty money,
That's really interesting what you're saying, because sometimes I think there is also the wrong perception that artists need to do the heavy lifting work and kind of show us like the other side, and also there's a lot of responsibility in terms of artists to kind of present like these difficult conversations and difficult subjects sometimes, but I think that's another reason for like being the importance of taking these discussions and work and exhibitions outside of the more traditional kind of art venues, and not just, and of course thinking about public space and like the importance of public space. And that goes back to this to these statement, like to this word that Hannah Arendt is using, worldlessness, is this a kind of loss of the public commons and the public space and the sharing. Yes, so I think it's very important to go back to that.
Yeah, true. Let's invite also Masaki to our discussion. Masaki, you also worked a lot with public space in your project Be Here. I wanted to ask you in terms of the audience, was it accessible like 24/7, or they had to rent a dedicated iPads or which devices you had there?
It's a decision depend on the specs of a commodity. In this time, we focused on to just about to use Apple iPad, but also we already uploaded our software at the App Store. Everybody can download, but there is two different software. One software can be seen everywhere. You can locate one or two models, invite into your room. This is easy, but as I told you, nearly 200 figures were located in front of the museum. This version is specialized the exact location. So this second software only can be seen at the exact location. But after we made it, even iPhone 13 Pro cannot run properly. The CPU power is less than we imagined. Only iPad Pro can run properly.
Yeah.
This is the situation. And also, this is a big discussion. Most advanced technology and software were always delivered from big company, like a Google or Apple, Android or iPhone. This is the situation. So when we think about, of course, we can make a special hardware by myself, but usually these only can use in laboratory. So in my case,
I love your saying, like, of course I can do myself. You're great.
Yeah, that's good.
That's
for
a
the
spirit,
show.
yes.
Yeah. Experimentation, but like this size of show, and especially for the show is for the public, so we have to be careful about to choose the technology which must be matured. Otherwise, everything will lose. Nothing, people will see nothing. Out of order.
Out of order, yeah.
Yeah, we have to avoid the plate out of order. Then we need to rely on a big company. Yeah, as Eleni said, this is the typical situation we are facing. For example, one very interesting example, when you upload the software at the App Store, you have to check to categorize your application. So education or business or travel and so on, but there is no categorization about art. This is the decision done by Apple. So they never think about the category of
I remember when it was app bubbles back to 2011 or something. It was always complicated, the App Store. It's very controlled. But
very controlled.
yeah, but you had kind of unique and very responsible role in a way, like you could intervene into exact same place when this for many families sad event happened. how difficult it was, and were you surprised about the reactions of the people when they could experience this? Because I guess many ghosts were suddenly released from the memories, right? So, or
Yeah.
how did you, what is your feedback on this?
Actual impression with digitally generated ghosts, it is quite strong. In a way, people use the term immersive, but I think this is something more than immersive, because when you see something inside the tablet, for example, some bags or some object on the street, your brain starts to memorize the location. And also, if you see, for example, like you saw the MP over there, but when you look the other side, your brain still memorize the location of the MP. So all the three-dimensional location and positions will be memorized and three-dimensionally rotated inside your brain. So then sometimes even myself understand these are not the physical object, but once you start to walk, you try to avoid to collide, not to collide the objects like bags and so on. This really happens with your body. I think AR is one way very powerful. So that means AI has some danger.
Yeah. Here is actually very much related question from the audience. Photography was once a way to document the real world, and now many 3D engines have fine and near real world rendering and representation. Do you think photography and 3D engines can make an integration? Also, will this affect people's definition of real?
Yeah, that's a topic we already discussed. Especially, I think this was a topic when Superman, or maybe second or third version of Superman, the actor claim to the production, because once the Superman ride on the ground, from there, that his role. So until the Superman is flying in the air, that's not his role. So, but the computer production continued to generate the Superman after the model ride on the ground, then he walked. Then he complained to the production.
Yeah, it's a territory problem.
Yeah, this is interesting. It is possible to make everything done by computer now.
Yeah. Only you have to have the right device, right? Because it's also we felt actually the same constraint with the virtual exhibition, that as soon as you put on the web, you know everything is data is heavy, all the 3D models and so on. But then you have to reduce on the kind of minimum that people can download, and then is the access issue and so on. But here is one more question. It's for both of you. In what sense do current technology mediate societies more than cinema or photography?
I think it's still in the experimental stage, but something very different from former mediums like photography and cinema is a kind of interaction. So the artists need to design not only visuals, but also how the user, interact, or how, we have to design the relationship between the content and the technology and the user.
Irene, what are Sorry. Yeah, Irini, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I was when I did mention also before, like mediation, like in terms of technology and relationships, it was, yeah, I mean, totally what Masaki-san says makes sense. But yeah, I was thinking like in also a different way in terms of like how we have these filters now that we kind of, understand the world like in different ways. It's like very much what Louis Druhl was kind of talking about in terms of like this search engine in the middle, and then the physical and virtual world on either side. And that's a lot of the things that we kind of look through and we experience are like through these, for example, like technologies, right? In terms of like search engines, etc. So even like thinking about terms that we thought in a different way in the past, like for example, like when you search about Amazon, what you get like mainly is the purchase, like is the company rather than the rainforest. So it's just like a very basic example in terms of like how all of these mediations, but also thinking like about other like like these filters in terms of algorithms that go through and kind of screen us and like quantify us and like measure us in ways that we didn't think about probably before in the same way. It was happening, of course, but in different ways. So this is like augmented right now.
Yeah.
So I always think about like mediation in that way.
Yeah, it's kind of technology has gone under our skin, so we don't realize anymore that our behavior is heavily manipulated, and also I think this 24-hourness has more and more affected our psychological health, right? There are so much problems with anxiety and sleeplessness and so on. So it's on one sense, it enables us to imagine new futures, but on other sense, it's really causing a lot of problems. So here is also rather a comment by one audience member that the problems are so difficult and big that as an artist, he or she feels very hopelessness sometimes. Like, what can you do? So I don't know, Irini, when you are creating such shows, like, how do you feel? Like, how do you feel you can solve something, or what? How you contribute towards getting better, so to say, in the society?
Solving something maybe is a bit too big of a statement. Like I never kind of claimed or thought that an art exhibition or like curatorial work might be the answer or solve like a huge thing. But I always I totally see this point in terms of hopelessness, because it has been happening and like going from one place to the other. But obviously, what I see is like I always take maybe courage or like positivity from artists that I'm working with, and that's why I'm thinking like that. Sometimes it is important that this is why it is important for art to be embedded in other spaces, like across society, not just like be treated as a siloed world, because there are artists I feel have loads to offer, but also to show us and like to enable us to kind of think differently. And this is something that I feel that is a positive thing in terms of in the middle of like the hopelessness and all the madness as well. So I hope that artists continue to do work and like to push for different ways. And like I'm just to go back to like Masaki-san's like amazing project that he was showing us earlier. For example, like I know that you're talking about a specific moment in time and like a very kind of like a sad event, but also these this work is so powerful, and it can I can imagine it can relate to like, you know, things that are happening right now in terms of like displacement and in terms of like, you know, other kind of events. So it's really powerful to see work like that. And one thing that I found really quite emotional and strong, and also like disturbing, it was these tags that people had on them in terms of like, and that relates to so many other things beyond that specific event as well.
Masaki, did you feel also, how did you feel when you were dealing with such a big, heavily loaded topic, so to say?
So, how can I say? I have been working quite a lot in Europe, so I can understand the concept how to deal with art, especially in Europe. So that's why I was invited many times from Europe, because my work is, most of the case, my work is quite experimental, about to check the condition of the medium. That's one of the important role of my media art piece. But I don't know why, but about 4 or 5 years ago, I was invited to realize one project in Hong Kong. This was first time to use augmented reality with the topic of history there. Then I recognized, as I told you, so the history and the medium is quite interesting topic. It's a new technology. We don't know much yet. Even, you know, the word and writing is very new. When we look about our human history, so it started just 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 years before we started to write down. So with very high speed, we added so many different mediums to memorize the something and also retrieve it from there. Like a book is one of the symbolic object. So I think there are a lot of interesting opportunity to deal with these new media with the topic of history. Then, of course, as you know, the history were written by the power. But we have an opportunity to fight against these single history. So I really wanted to focus not about the bold history. I really wanted to collect many individual different stories. That's a very important topic when I produce this production. So it's really fun in a way to hear about each different stories and try to reflect these into one place, and people can trace each different stories. So I think we do not have to be pessimistic. Still we have another interesting topics even inside these new medias.
Yeah, that's
I
a good point. Yeah, but let me stick to this kind of topic, like artists trying to change the world or save the world.
Oh, that's a good word.
You had interesting work, Brave New Commons on NFT art.
Yeah,
could you explain how you want also to change, game changer?
Yeah, that's also, yeah, actually that's really a media art. So I try to attack
or even conceptual.
Yeah, NFT as a new media, because you know, everybody knows that the last year the famous Beeple was sold $6 billion, $69. 69. Yeah, so it is crazy.
A lot of zeros, yes.
Yeah, such a rubbish. No meaning, meaningless. Just you know, how do you say? Yeah, contract. That was just a contract. So, but because you know, digital data can be seen only by copy. So every time we've been copying everything, then we can see the digital data. So, but NFT, people say, this new token can define, this is unique, this is only one, non-fungible. No, that's just a contract of paper. It's completely same as the contract with the gallerist.
So what are you doing in your project? It's also about value and price, right?
Yeah. Then I really wanted to share my art piece with other people, many other people, because the copy is the only way to survive my artwork. Then I put it was 1 million yen, means 10
also many zeros.
$10,000. Then I put $10,000 with a very silly, you know, picture. Then the first guy bought it. Then the second guy can buy it with half price, and the 3 times and the 4th times. Then it's less and less and less. And actually, at the end, one of my piece was sold nearly $10 with 1,000 of people. So it was very successful. So now I have 1,000 community consisted with 1,000 members.
Yeah, congratulations. Irene, you have Irene, you have worked. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Tell me.
Actually, I got the small prize from Ars Electronica this year.
Yeah, honorary mention. I just wanted to say you are still rocking Ars Electronica after 30 years. It's still there. Irene actually have served in many juries in Ars Electronica as far as I know. So she can maybe comment even more what is kind of actual now, but I wanted to continue this NFT topic a bit, which we also had talked quite a lot yesterday about. Irene, you have worked with also some galleries in London, and I think you know the commercial scene. Like, what is your opinion on NFT art?
I mean, to be honest, I haven't. I have kept a little bit of a distance from NFTs. Not because, I mean, I totally support artists who go down that route, and there are many artists like Masaki's work, for example, that engage in a really interesting, critical, and conceptual way with the ideas around the NFTs. I think it's been. Yeah, I know like some artists were talking yesterday about their work, and there are many artists that I totally respect, and they've kind of, they've been doing really interesting work. I'm one issue that I have with NFTs is the underlying system, like behind it, and that doesn't really, to be honest, it doesn't put to the front artist, or it doesn't really care about the art so much. It's very much about like tokenization and the financial kind of part of that, and it's which is fine. And I was always like pro, like obviously artists have to make money from their work, but it's just like the idea like of NFTs outside the artistic world, which is it's a small part of that. It's, if you think about it, it's very much about like, you don't make, I don't think that any artists or like any curators or like people who are in the, involved like with passionate about the art, like think, oh, let's make this because this is how much money it's going to make. I mean, you don't go, you're not thinking about the money first, right? So, and it's very much this idea of like, the finance as the first, or like the money making, or the token, reducing something to a token that I have like kept a distance from. But that's not to say that I'm not saying that I'm against NFTs or like that we should not, engage with NFTs. It's just like how artists do that basically.
Yeah, yesterday we had guest speaker Seifert. He's the founder of DX Hash platform, and I like that. I also asked him like his opinion on this, and he actually nicely summarized, saying that NFT is just a tool, so it's not about art actually.
Yeah.
So, but let me put a bit differently the question. Do you think, and like suddenly at the same time, like what I see from fellow artists, that finally they could start making a living and sell their work, which they never did or did really little for surviving. And also NFTs brought a lot of interest and audience to the digital art field, and suddenly digital art is kind of identified with NFTs. So do you think NFTs, they are an opportunity or the curse for the digital art community?
I think it's a bit of a both. I mean, it is a bit of a both, like, but it is true that if you Google now digital art, NFTs are coming up mainly, right? It's not, but so it is but yes, it has opened up markets as well, and it has given opportunities for artists to make money as well, and to make a living from their work, basically. So I think it's just a different, because we are talking about NFTs, we're talking about blockchains as well, and there's so much potential in terms of what blockchains can enable, that it's not just about the NFTs, for example. It could be a lot more than that, and this is what mainly I'm interested in. I don't know if Masaki has a different
Yeah. I welcome a lot about NFT, because I've been working with a digital medium a long time. So at the beginning, I had no opportunity to sell the digital data. Only I can make a print or record into the video. So now I can sell the digital data by using NFT. This is very happy. But the strategy is different from the strategy of OpenSea. It's an auction site. So we need to invent another good way to sell the digital data, because it's a kind of idea. This idea is conventional idea, came from the museums. So the public museum will collect the good art as a part of culture of the society or country. So it's a public object. But of course, we are artists willing to have an eternal life for my piece. So that means we should put it as a public sphere. So there is another idea about the public domain software movement. So I think it's good to put my art piece in the public domain, or CC, CC, oh, I forgot.
Common. Common interest.
Yeah. But actually, when I put my art piece into public domain, everybody can copy and everybody can use, but I cannot earn anything. So I think I would like to. We need to invent alternative structure using an NFT. So we need to make it, and we need to start to deal with the system.
Yeah, well,
very simple, very natural.
Yeah, the system is really causing sometimes a lot of problems. Like you mentioned, OpenSea. It's Ethereum. Ethereum is energy expensive, money-wise expensive, energy-wise expensive, but still a very big platform. Ecology is a crucial issue when we talk about modern technology, and I really liked this work what Irini you showed from your exhibition Kimchi and Chips, where they use the solar energy. Luckily, we're in Athens. You could get some performance out of it, and yeah, I think maybe this is. Do you think this is might be a future that we maybe we have to put a stop on this unlimited enjoyment or consumption or even work, because although humanity was promised with modern technology we will need to work less, but we see actually opposite. So what is the sense actually in the end, like to kind of fight for this innovation if our living standards they go down actually? So yeah, I don't know, I don't want to finish with such a kind of pessimistic note, but maybe your future visions in terms of how we can get out from this ecological crisis, there would be and still enjoy technological development. Maybe we should just use it for some other things, or do you have any ideas, any messages, thoughts, or?
Yeah.
Oh yes, please go ahead. No, please go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So I thought basically that yeah. I don't think we can say that we will stop producing things, but we are very much part of this problem as well in terms of like as curators and artists, and the art world is kind of definitely contributing to this with like all the moving around the world, but we have like the resources to develop like extraordinary things. I mean, we've been developing like innovative work and technologies for a long time. So we can definitely do things differently and produce in different ways. And there's already like loads of artists, but also designers and inventors who develop like new ideas for like consuming less and energy as well. It's just that this has not come through like the mainstream, or like it's not like a widely kind of accepted yet. And I think this is why we need probably to hear more like good stories like that, and to inject like more kind of ways of working like that. I mean, yeah, Kim Chips is a great kind of example, but of course there are many other artists who are doing like really interesting work in terms of exploring how they develop like work with like less energy, or like less like natural resources. So yes, I think we definitely have the means to do that. It's just like why can we not do it?
It's a bit pity. It's a bit pity because we don't have a Yukufui here.
Yeah,
He is
I agree.
Yeah, specialist about this kind of questions. And one of the book dedicated the concept of cosmotechnology.
Cosmotechnology, yeah.
That's quite very interesting. And according to this type of discussion, artist has a very, very important role, make diversity. So also Bernard Stiegler, it's a French philosopher, is talking about negentropy. So everything entropy is high, then the chaos is coming. But only artists can make anti-entropy, make something means negentropy. So artist role is more important rather than before. That's my understanding from these two important philosophers.
Yes, totally agree. So Viva Art, maybe we can close with this statement. There are a lot of complex topics, and I want to thank you that you gave such a wonderful presentation, and also were willing to share your ideas and opinions on on these concepts and questions what were asked. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I think this is also very important because this symposium was organized in Hong Kong, not really Hong Kong, the Shenzhen in China. So I really hope Asian ideas can be a gift for the future.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah,
the political situation in China is not acceptable, but there are a lot of interesting ideas in all the time. So we can develop excavate.
Extract and excavate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
extract ideas, not the materials.
Yeah, there is not anymore, let's say, one-way knowledge transfer. So we can profit and enjoy that.
Yeah.
But I want to thank all the audience. So I have a pleasure to close this symposium, and our exhibition Electric Dreams will remain open until the end of June. So you have really long time to enjoy it. And also we will put video archives on, and you can watch the rest of the presentations if you haven't seen it. So today was with me Irini Papadimitriou and Masaki Fushihata, and me, Barbara Guliaeva. So I wish you all good day or good night, and please visit also Computational Media and Arts website. As was told before, we have open positions in faculty and also accepting PhD students if you want to come and study with us. Okay, thank you so much, all the speakers and also the artists, and
thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Barbara.
Bye, Barbara.